All right, I should be up and running.
Yo. Waiting for YouTube delays to go through. There we go.
I think we're up and running now.
Yep, I think we're here. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Jen. Hi, Gombic. Hi, Lemon Zest. Hi, peeps. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, ones and zeros. Hey, Leica. There's Maddie. Hi,
Peter.
peeps.
Baytran, Gombic. Oh my goodness, so many people showing up today.
Yeah.
Mr. Lower, good to see you, my friend. Definitely don't be afraid to... Oh my goodness. Crazy Krita, you're already giving me a super head pat. Thank you so much, my friend.
Super head pat.
Head pats in the chat for Crazy Krita. So as you can tell, we have Lian on stream today. We are on each other's streams. I'm encouraging everybody in my chat to hang out over in Lian's chat for a little bit. And if you'd like, you can come over to mine if you're a regular over there. But definitely intermix. We can read both the chats at the same time. So we have a pretty good setup here.
It's sounding like I'm seeing from your chat, your volume might be a little low compared to mine.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Wait, I could bump that up a bit. Give me 2 seconds. All right. How about that? Is that a little bit better? I can keep going.
Sounds good on my end. I don't know how that translates over to the stream.
Yeah, I don't want to overdo it either, but I think that should be at least a little bit louder. YouTube's got to make a mixed chat feature. Oh, goodness, that would have saved us so much trouble. We spent like 45 minutes just setting this up.
You wouldn't think so, given my heckin' movie maker heckin' setup at the moment, but so it goes.
I love your model. Aw, thank you. It's a design I've been working on for quite a bit of time now.
Hosh. Hey, Gombic. Welcome to stream.
So obviously today I brought Lian on stream so that we can talk transition. I know a lot of people have been asking a lot of questions to both of us, both in her stream because I've been hanging out there. And a lot of you have questions for me too. And I don't always have time to like kind of go over everything because we're in the middle of stuff. So I figured today would be a really good day. If you have questions or anything that you want to ask us that's related to transitioning, this is going to be a really good opportunity. Both of us have both similar and different experiences with transitioning. So we're hoping that we can offer a lot of different perspectives here.
Right, and I guess just for the sake of asking, your own experience so far transitioning, because like it's fairly recent. I think you've been going at it a couple years.
This would be the first year. We are now in the second year.
Okay. For my part, I am coming close to 4 years on HRT. I am just past 4 years of coming out. And at this point, I've had both surgery downstairs as well as up.
So, and to put a point on mine, I've actually, the only medical procedure I've had so far is laser treatment.
Oh, I've had
but
laser
I have
as
been
well.
on HRT for a year.
I keep forgetting the non-insurance stuff, but like, yeah, I've been going to laser for about 15 months. And
Oh, wow.
also, I started my transition with a round of hair transplants.
I was talking to somebody earlier who was mentioning they had concerns about hair loss. I don't know if they're here yet or not, but I remember somebody at one point was asking me about that.
Well, it'd be a worthwhile thing to cover anyway, because that was a major concern of mine. It was effectively the thing that forced me to eventually come out because I started losing my hair to a rather advanced degree at the time, and that was what, I finally felt dysphoria so much that I just couldn't take it. So I eventually came out and started with getting uh, hair transplants almost 4 years ago. Um, the thing is with HRT, you can't reverse male pattern balding, but you can put a pause on it. HRT will do that much, in my experience.
Adult River Music Super Head Patted $1.16. I'm almost on my 30th year of birth treatment, Blackbird.
Dark Raven, thank you so much, my friend. 30 years of bird treatment. My goodness. Well, that's why you're so convincingly cute. Everybody, head pats in the chat for Dark Raven. Thank you, my brother. I think, honestly, you know where might be a good place to start if you're comfy, Lian, is maybe we should both go over how we came up to our transition, like what made us realize that this is something that we wanted to do in our lives.
Of course. Do you want to start with me?
I'll let you go first, and then when you complete your story, I'll tell mine.
All right, so I was somebody who I knew when I realized when I was 12 that like I was trans, I would wish to wake up a girl, And that's what I was hoping for, but it felt so taboo at the time that I was just too scared to come out. It ended up being something that I, squashed down for almost 2 decades. And like I said, I eventually moved away from my parents' house and got self-sufficient, and that combined with the hair loss was what eventually pushed me to finally come out. And once I finally did that, I started going for different surgeries and treatments and got on HRT. And then, fast forward 4 years, I'm suddenly like I feel more myself than I've ever been. And so like that's my general overview of the beginning to end so far.
The thing you ended on there, feeling the more yourself than ever, I can relate to that, especially only having transitioned for a year. That's actually one of the harder parts that I'm like kind of brushing up against, is like just being genuinely happy with like the things that I've done so far. But as far as like my transition story is concerned, I've been a little bit more deeply in the closet my entire life. When I was growing up, my mom was very open-minded, and we grew up very impoverished. I didn't have a father figure in my life. He was very absent. He left at a very young age and left me and my sister basically to be raised by my mom. My mom didn't care. She would let us play with anything. If we wanted a Barbie or an Easy Bake Oven, and that was a gift that was donated to us as a Christmas present, she'd let us keep it and play with it. But growing up, like I never fully desired to be a girl or not. It was only really after surviving halfway through my adulthood and having like a traumatic accident that I stopped and I really reflected on my life and decided there is a lot that's here that's missing. There are things that are really wrong here. And I started to like kind of unpack all of that. And that's basically what I've been doing for the past year.
Yeah, and I guess for those that would like a kind of benchmark on how far along I ended up going, because you mentioned being closeted for most of your life, I only really came out and started transitioning when I was like, I believe 30 going on 31.
So I'm much later in life, and this is going to come as a surprise to some people in the chat, but I did not realize I was transgender until I was like 38 years old.
Okay, but a lot of folks learn at different times. I know, me finding out at 12, it's like, it happens a lot of times, but it doesn't happen for every trans girl.
So what's really funny about all of this is that my sister, and a lot of people from my channel already know this, but my sister's also trans. She came out nearly a decade before I did, and she did a genetic test. This is how she found out she was trans, and she found out she was intersex. And I remember her bringing this up to me
Oh.
once, and I shut the entire conversation down, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not me. I'm totally fine. And I just tried to continue living my life on. And it's only now that I've come full circle on that conversation.
She suppressed so easily that she fooled herself.
I mean, honestly, that's what I did. I'm just like, I'm gonna pretend this never happened. I didn't learn about this. This doesn't affect me. This has nothing to do with me. Except, kind of turns out that it might have.
Yeah.
Rain is in her early 60s, Baytran.
I
Not
I
that old.
saw that one and had to.
At least I hope I'm not that old. Listen, I know I was out for quite a bit of time, but I don't think that much time had passed.
Look, these days we all collectively feel like we're in our 60s.
I feel like the past, like, it's only February, and I feel like the past month has been a year. I don't know if anybody else feels that way.
Absolutely. You'll find no disagreements from me there.
Oh, geez, 2026 has been brutal.
Rainy, it's only February.
Oh, God. What was that meme from, I can't remember the name of it. There was this old comic, though, and the captain's just like, oh, hell of a week so far, and, like, the other person's just like, but Captain, it's only Monday.
That's the one I was thinking of. I don't remember what it's called, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's awesome that you have an intersex trans sister. She's way ahead of me. So she's younger than me too, which is ironic, but she was the one who like kind of paved the way. And ironically, I'm more often now going to her for advice because she's obviously had years of experience, whereas this is like still a new thing for me.
You know, it's kind of funny how that often ends up working. How, like, you know, you kind of have like a trans age where, you know, you get several years of experience and, you know, that means something, you know, regardless of how old or young you actually are.
As far as me being intersex, I still don't know. I do want to try to get a genetic test. Even if I'm not intersex like my sister is, I'm still glad at one point she brought it up to me. So, you know, if she never had, like, because that's the thing. I try to remind myself I'm the sum of all of my experiences. If she never had that conversation, maybe I wouldn't have ever circled back on it eventually, right?
You know, I think it's very cool to hear about the intersex thing. It is something where similarly, like, I have never had a genetic test. I don't know if I'm going to. It's one of those things where it's like, if I did it and I realized that I was intersex, I wouldn't be surprised. But also, it's not like I really would be able to do much of that information.
That's kind of how I feel at this point. Whether or not I am no longer matters. I've moved beyond like that being a factor. It was a bigger factor for me when I was first transitioning and trying to see if like I could even be part of the clique. Which I didn't realize there's no like membership to like become trans, right? Like you don't have to check a box or do anything. You just show
You,
up one day and kind of join us. But I didn't know that. I thought it was like the Marine Corps. I'm like, all right, so like, all right, what's this crucible I got to do now? Like, how do I prove it?
wait, Rainy, does that mean you've never done the initiation?
I know, right? Like, oh no, it hasn't done the ritual.
Leica says, I've got one trans family member, but I've never met her until recently, since she's already escaped to the Philippines. Well, good for her. It is funny how it feels like trans people become suddenly a lot more visible in your life once you start actually looking for them.
Actually, you know, that's kind of true. Like, I hate to admit that, but like, I don't know if I just didn't notice it, but it's just like, I don't think I paid attention to that, like, kind of stuff too much before it, like, became more important to me. It seems a little, like, cold now that I think about it. Oh.
I guess it makes a lot of sense because like there's a lot of folks that like, they might be early on in their transition or they might not even be out, and so like, they are currently uh masking as their assigned at birth gender. And then there's a lot of others that are, might be fortunate enough to go stealth and you might not even realize that they're trans. The perception of other people as to your gender is a very fickle thing. Like people will like confidently go from like using he him to she her like on a dime.
That thankfully has happened to me a little bit less these days. I actually haven't been misgendered in a couple of weeks, which is nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of subtle things that even like, HRT takes like 3 or 4 years to do. I remember at one point, I say this story a lot, but like, I think there was one point where the difference between someone confidently misgendering me and confidently gendering me correctly, sometimes within a week of each other, was whether or not I like shaped my eyebrows.
You know what's funny? I kind of feel exactly the same way. It's like one minor detail, and then I fix it and I'm like, wait a second, oh my god, everything just like kind of fit into place. And it's usually my eyebrows because they're ridiculous. They're like caterpillars.
Yeah, no, eyebrows are huge because like you do any amount of just like work, especially around the eye area, and suddenly that's going to read as a lot more feminine to passerbys that aren't really paying attention.
I found that like eyeliner, and I know a lot of people aren't going to like this answer because eyeliner can be tricky, right? But eyeliner does so much. Even just increasing the thickness of that black line above. You don't even need like eyeshadow. Just having
Absolutely.
that there is extremely feminine.
I was an ally before my egg cracked at least, says like, or egg cracked at least, says Leica. I think that, I knew that I was trans already, but still hiding, but like, I was an ally for a long time. I think that's fairly common, at least in my experience.
Ratio Kun says, I think I came out around 17, but it was so infuriating because I couldn't fully understand why I felt the way I did at 14. Like, here's the thing, like going back and looking at it now, and I look at the Barbie doll and the Easy Bake Oven and like the desire to paint my nails and stuff like that. I look at it like, but like, I don't know, like, I think it was the way that my mom didn't like ever really make anything like a gendered thing. She was totally fine with me doing stuff like that. So it's like, I don't think I ever had the desire to be a girl, like just because the environment I grew up in, but that's a specifically me thing.
I used to have to like convince myself that I was glad to be like born a boy per se.
Well, like I remember asking my mom, like as a teenager, because she was walking in heels, and I'm like, how do you do that? And she's like, oh, like this. And then she let me put on her heels and like just let me practice. But it wasn't like a gendered thing. It was just more of like a genuine curiosity thing. And I don't even think like I'm trying to like actually remember why I can only say genuine curiosity. It's not like it was born from a desire to be a girl, but I did want to learn about it. I wanted to know why. Like, I don't know. I can't even explain it good myself.
Yeah, no, like I feel like it makes sense. Like that there's often an interest in it. Even if like it's subconscious.
That would probably be the best way to articulate it. There was this subconscious desire to learn and embrace femininity, but I wouldn't say I ever got like upset that I couldn't be more feminine. In fact, if anything, my father made it like more uncomfortable for me to do that over time.
Yeah, environment plays a huge factor in feeling safe.
That was actually something I remember my mom and my dad got into an argument about because like he didn't really have a say in raising us, but like he still would have an opinion on it, and he'd be like, yeah, you're not raising those two like to be like strong strapping lads. And my mom's just like, I don't care, I want them to be happy.
I think that's a similar That's similar with my parents. I think my main concern was like extended family, which I didn't think were going to be supportive at all. So like I was kind of scared to be like more myself outside of my own house.
So I have one family member that I'm she pretty much considers me dead at this point, because she was also in the Marine Corps and she is very anti-trans. And I was also in the Marine Corps, so I have now like dishonored my service, like everything. I am a disgrace in her eyes,
Oh
like
my gosh.
everything about me is now like wrong and evil because of the decisions I've made. But I don't talk to her. She has nothing to do with me. We haven't even seen each other in like God, years and years now.
No, that makes sense. Leica asks, what third makeup item would you add alongside eyeliner and brows? Um, Honestly, eyeliner and like shaping your eyebrows is absolutely gigantic. That'll do like so much of the heavy lifting. Besides that, I feel like it's kind of just up to preference. Uh, obviously having longer, more feminine hairstyles will often read as more feminine pretty quickly. You might try an eyebrow pencil to specifically like darken the interior of the eyebrows after shaping them. That's another one that I might recommend.
I'm gonna have to try that too.
Mascara, I think, can also do a little bit, though not as much as the eyeliner, in my experience.
The eyeliner can be tricky. I know a lot of people personally like the like marker style eyeliner. I personally have a lot more luck with the pencil style. I would encourage everybody to try both. I know it can be a little expensive when it comes to makeup, but if you're not having luck with one, try the other, because I found the pencils to be a lot easier to apply than like a wiggly marker surface that like just is gonna slide all over my face.
Yeah,
I
no,
like the friction.
I've got one that kind of like applies eyeliner like a little like brush pen. And like I've liked that one so far, though it's easy for my eye to twitch and like get a little messy. I end up like cleaning that up quite a bit, but I'm still practicing with that one.
Ratio Kun asks us, I feel like this could be a tad awkward, but were there ever times you acted like a cis woman online or even in person? I'm comfortable answering this. Um,
Me too.
I, yeah, I did a few times. Actually, one of the reasons why I love the Menhera emoji so much is, and I didn't even know like anything about this, but like when I was in Traction, I remember downloading like a copy of that picture like before I knew anything about like trans culture or anything, and I just saw that image and it was so adorable, and I set up a little profile using it, and I set it up for a day while I was like in the hospital, and then I deleted it because I was just like, this isn't real. You're not really a girl. Like, this is stupid. Like, this isn't real. And then that was it. And then I don't know. I was just really lonely at that time, and I just wanted to talk to somebody, and I just did it that way. It was really, I can't explain it. And then the immediate rack of guilt for setting it up that way forced me to delete it.
There's a moment where like your like filter on what you kind of express out to the world like drops, and you do something that just feels right. But like I feel like that definitely shows like the desire to want to fit in with like the expectations of the environment you live in. Like, I definitely felt that too. Um, I have a similar story. I was playing a game ages ago, City of Heroes, for those that know. Um, and the first character I created in that was a feminine, like, superhero. I made this, like, electricity hurling, like, superheroine. Um, and I didn't really think about it when I created the character, but I just played the game, and I would, like, type in, like, the group chat, or team chat, I think. And at one point, like, I think someone replied to me, like, wait, are you gay? Like, what's going on? Because, like, I think they were presuming I was male. And I think that, in that moment, suddenly made it hit how much, like, I was portraying myself, like, obviously they said gay is, like, a kind of effeminate, behavior. But it kind of made me self-conscious all at once that like, oh wait, I'm expressing like a lot of femininity. And I don't know if I'm comfortable like talking to people now anymore.
I re- oh my goodness, I remember having that same on the spot moment with my drawing. The Ame-chan one breaking out of the building. I showed it to somebody and they're like, "That's a great drawing, but why are you a chick?" Because I used Ame-chan to represent myself in the drawing. And like I remember the existential crisis. Like everything, like all the walls started closing in on me. I'm like, oh God, why did I do that? Why did I use her? I could have just used anything.
It was meant to be.
Oh goodness. Oh, I mean, at the time it made sense because like uh, we're both live streamers. I don't know. The reasoning seems stupid now, but at the time it was just so fun and whimsical. And I'm like, this is perfect. This is great. It's gonna look awesome, right?
Absolutely. And yeah, yo, Lian knows about City of Heroes. That was like my game back in like 2005-ish. I was so scared of bigots early on, but eventually I just gave up caring. Yeah, no, I think eventually, you end up realizing that, like, wait, the opinions of, like, most people, like, outside of, the circle of people that you actually interact with just don't matter.
I used to be scared of bigots too, like when I first was transitioning, but I can only speak to my area. It's extremely liberal. I've had maybe one person mutter something under their breath as they were passing by. And like when I turned around, they didn't even have the courage to face me. So it's like, I feel like the negative interactions I have are pretty much only online, but that's just my experience.
Yeah, I have a similar experience, like, IRL. Like, obviously online I've seen, like, you know, some really rancid things. And, like, it doesn't mean anything, because, like, the vast majority of the time, especially these days, it's just bots. But, like, I think there was one retirement home that I delivered to. I'm a postwoman. Where one of the old ladies, like, walked up to me, and I tried to, like, say hi. And then, like, she said something about, like, oh, it must be difficult keeping up that voice. And like, she didn't really say anything afterwards. It just kind of shuffled off. And I was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter at all, so what do I care?
That's usually the conclusion I draw. If like somebody says something a little awkward or weird, if it's not explicitly transphobic, I kind of just go, well, maybe they just didn't know how to phrase that, right? And just move on with my life, right? Like it's not that important.
At least,
to your point.
I guess I could have been mistaken, but like, the tone in which she said it seemed to very much imply like, hey, I hear that you're, because I was voice training at the time, I hear that you're like straining effort to try to sound feminine, and it's obvious. I think that's what they were trying to say. Like, oh, we can still tell.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like oh I can hear it. Yeah, that's a little insulting. I'd be at least a little peeved by that. I don't think it would ruin my day. It wouldn't like spike my anger, but I'd just be like,
I think
yeah, all right, time to leave this area.
I also had one instance where, again, I was on a route and I went into a public restroom, and then I came out and I started washing my hands, and I think this old lady with a walker came up behind me and said like, "Don't you know this is the women's room?" And like I had earbuds in and I was facing the other direction. The only reason I knew she was there is because I happened to glance over my periphery in the mirror. And so like I stood up and turned around like it's like in my best feminine voice that I had at the time because I got more voice training in. I was like, "Excuse me? Like, I'm sorry, did you say something?" And the moment she heard me, she just like didn't answer and just like shuffled away.
I'd have a heart attack. That is like my biggest fear is like somebody approaching me if I use the ladies' room and saying anything to me at all.
At least in
Like,
that
even if they
moment,
said hi, I might just drop dead.
uh-huh. At least in the moment, I I felt like it was cathartic enough that like I felt like she got embarrassed. And I was like, yeah, no, like that's what you get for presuming. And like that's what you get. Like it should feel weird to heckin', pester people in the bathroom.
I fully agree with you. User Jake Fox wants to know what cisgender means as a verb.
I don't think I've heard it used as a verb.
I don't think I've used it heard as a verb either. But if you're looking for the definition of cisgender, it just means that I guess, like, you're just happy with the gender that you were born in?
That you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth.
Thank you.
I don't believe I know of any context in which you would say like, oh, like, you know, X person would cis Y or something. It's like I it being a verb just
Yeah,
doesn't make
I
sense.
don't think you could use it as a verb, and if you did, it'd be really awkward. Like, it just doesn't seem necessary. Like, I've even, like, I tried to not do this, but, like, in more circumstances than not, it's more appropriate to say, like, "Oh, I'm trans," right? Like, to specify, to, like, differentiate things, but, like, usually with cis people, that's not even necessary. It's usually assumed.
Yeah. Maddie in my chat says, personally, coming out in public is a tiny bit intimidating for me, for various reasons. Maddie, that is completely normal. Like, it is hard to, like, work up the courage to fight against what is often multiple decades of social conditioning. To go against everything that you've come to understand is expected of you.
It's absolutely terrifying, and I did mine publicly with my channel, which has its own list of factors that are probably pretty unique.
And like I will say,
go ahead.
I will say that like the other thing is like again like getting the courage to use the proper restroom. Again, it's a lot of social conditioning. It's a lot of things where it's like we understand, like we should be able to use the proper restroom, but like it is still really hard to fight that social conditioning. You get a lot of internal conflict for a while. I think it took me like 2 years of transitioning to finally feel comfy doing that.
I've been lucky because I'm a wheelchair user. I usually have the option to use either the handicap bathroom, the family restroom, and very luckily for me, almost every bathroom in my area has at least a gender neutral option also, which they probably usually just like, I think it's usually just the family bathroom, but like I've been really lucky in that regard that I actually still haven't been in the women's room. That's why I'm scared. Like, I'd be terrified if I had to, and if somebody ever said anything to me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel normal. Like I can attest from experience, going into the proper restroom does not feel normal until you've done it for like, a few months. Like it takes a while, and like you spend the entire time like kind of like glancing out your peripheral vision. Like at least if you feel similarly to me.
Okay, all right, so you've nailed it. Now here's the other factor, and this is going to be more unique to me, right? As a wheelchair user, right? But everybody kind of sort of like not everybody, right? But people pay a little bit more attention, and it's a little more awkward to shuffle yourself into the bathroom sneakily in a wheelchair. Because like to open the door, I've got to basically fling the door open just to back the chair into the door to keep it open, right? So it's like, it's not even like I could be subtle and slide in, right? And just sneak in. Plus, I've also got to use the handicap stall. So if that stall is occupied, now I have to wait. And it's like, I really don't want to be sitting in there waiting for a stall. Like, that is a huge fear of mine.
Yeah. Thankfully, I haven't run into that issue too much, but obviously the compounding factor of the wheelchair, I imagine, makes it very challenging.
Well, it's like I'm like, well, maybe I could just like pretend I'm washing my hands or something, right? But it's like that's weird. That's still weird. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it.
Like 95% of the time, yeah, it's overthinking it, and that's why it feels weird, I think, until you've like done it for a few months.
Well, one of these times, it's gonna happen to me. I'll let you know how the experience went.
Definitely do. Mellow Too Shy says, real, public bathrooms suck. Public bathrooms do suck. They're just kind of bad. And like society needs to understand that public bathrooms are just awkward for everybody.
I've never liked it in any circumstance. It's always been people are just yeah. I've never liked using public bathrooms. I've always preferred to use my own bathroom at home.
No, same. Even when I was still like mask presenting, like there were a lot of times where I would like, if I thought I could make it, I can hold it in until I got home from school and then just go at home.
Money for the cute cat girl.
Oh, Sylvia. Oh, thank you so much for the super head pat. Head pats in the chat for Sylvia. Thank you so much, cutie. Did you want to ask anything since you got us both here?
I think they just wanted to give a super head pat.
I mean, I'll take all the head pats I can get.
I
I love head pats. Could you just uh paint the gender you transforming to on your bathroom door? So I kind of did something similar to like answer your question. My whole bathroom got redecorated and I went with cherry blossom, so it's very heavily pink and rose gold themed. That's for me. That's for my bathroom.
didn't consider doing that because, like, I guess like home bathrooms are usually kind of just like implied to be gender neutral in a way. But like, that is a good point. I feel like especially if you're into kind of getting like, the more like feminine like shampoos and conditioners and soaps and stuff, you could like deck your bathroom out and just kind of like help internalize it a bit more.
So for me, I have always, when I was cis, I was in an environment that was very barren. I didn't have decorations on the wall. My blankets and my bed sheets were black and dark blue, right? There was no color, no life in anything. And it was like, it was a very solid reflection of the lack of emotions that I used to have, right? So like one thing that I found for my transition was updating, and this is something you can't just run out. I'm not telling anybody to run out right now and just go spend like $1,000 on redecorating stuff, but over time, start slowly buying things and updating your room to reflect your gender identity. And for me personally, I found that to be a very strong counter to the times that I'm experiencing heavy dysphoria because I'm surrounded by all the things that are going to affirm my gender. So like I have the bathroom that is very feminine. I have all the creams, the lotions, right? I have the blankets, they're pink, they're comfy. I've got my plushies, right? These things all help me when I feel very dysphoric and they add comfort. Whereas before, when I first started transitioning and everything was barren, like I would feel like I'm almost stuck in a black hole sometimes.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, like the heckin' millennial gray mood and like the interior decorating. It's funny how much I just didn't feel like a person before I came out.
Same, same. Oh God, same. I just like, and I didn't even care. It's like decorate. Who cares? Nobody's coming here, right? Nobody ever visits me, right?
Yeah, no, I had a long time where I was like, well, if I can't present the way I want to, then I just kind of don't care. I would just focus on the games I wanted to play.
I mean, all I did was like, so I used to be very outdoorsy. So all I wanted to do was just like ride my bike or go camping. And in the winter, I'd play like a lot of video games and stay inside, and it would suck, and I'd hate it. But like, I usually distracted myself just by being outside all the time.
Uh, that, that, yeah, I think I feel like you kinda just retreat into the things that you do, and at least for me, like, my girlfriend ended up, like, kinda saying, like, "Oh, you, like, kind of, like, depersonalize," and it's like, it really felt like that was kind of a proper way to put it, because it's like, I would look in the mirror and I would just see it didn't really look like me, it just looked like the vessel I happened to inhabit, and so, like, all I was at the time was just the things that I did.
I remember even before making before, the accident and stuff like that, I used to have, like, staring matches with myself in the mirror, and I'd often ask myself, like, "Am I, like, happy with, like, the way I look and stuff?" And I never could put my finger on it, but it's just like, "Ugh, you're so ugly." And nobody would ever say that to me. Nobody's ever, like, really accused me of not being good looking. Like, I would say most people would probably say I'm just average, right? But it's like, I used to look at myself and I'd just be like, "This is so awful. You just look terrible all the time."
It's
Wouldn't
fun
matter.
it's funny how much, like, I don't necessarily think that I look like, too attractive, although my girlfriend definitely likes it. Um, but, like, I look at myself and it does definitely feel like I can actually see me in there, regardless, and, like, it's so much comfier now.
Grimdor the Rampager says, "Oh my god, can confirm change starts at home. So get your bathroom all femmed up. I got lucky that I'm automatically short, so wearing a face mask got me through the early stages of transition." So I'm kind of similar in the sense that sitting in the wheelchair makes me like roughly 4 foot tall. So I'm always short. I always feel like very small compared to everybody else. And that is like one of the few positive feelings I get from that experience.
Oh, heck yeah, and, like, the point on the face mask as well, like, one of the only things that I experience dysphoria about, like, these days is usually, like, my jaw and brow line, and I can't do much about the brow line right now, but, like, it's one thing where it's like, I like wearing masks just for the safety reasons, of course, but it does also help quite a bit that, like, I get to just cover up my jawline, and my eyes and, like, brows do a lot more of the heavy lifting. It definitely just feels natural these days to just be interior and, like, rely on the mask to help with that.
So I got a couple of masks as well. I got some Catgirl masks. I plan on doing some IRL filming. I'm still not 100% comfy with a face reveal, so I figured, well, the Catgirl masks are probably going to be good for when I need to be on camera.
Yeah, I don't know how much, like, especially these days, that I would be comfortable, like, doing, like, IRL filming just because, you get one, like, really good geoguesser on there and it starts becoming a bit more sketch.
So my plan for it specifically is to do a travel video, right? So it's like
Mhm.
all the places I'm going to be filming are pretty public places. Like you can geoguess it all you want, right?
Of
A
course.
100,000 people pass through here, right? So it's like I'm still thinking about it, but like I do want to do the Rain on a Train documentary. So that's something I'm planning on filming later this year. Sorry, I
Rain
didn't mean to plug a future video.
No, heck, it represent Rain on a Train, I love it. Also, a tip for folks starting out, learning stage makeup is a good way to hide shopping for everyday makeup. Yeah, I mean, that works, like, in my experience, the vast majority of the time, you will not be questioned about it at all, like, people just walk by. But, like, you could definitely hold that in the back pocket just in case.
I remember the first time I ever went to the pharmacy to buy makeup, and I was so nervous about it because, like, I didn't even think to use the excuse of stage makeup, right? I was just like, I'm just gonna make up that I have an imaginary daughter and this is for her, right? Like, yep, yeah, yeah, she needs makeup for the first time, right? So I get to the counter, and thankfully, the guy at the counter, I had used my cane to like walk up to the counter. I didn't have my wheelchair for that interaction, and I have that cane. It's the Thor cane with like the Viking beard and everything. and he saw that and he's like, "That is the coolest thing I ever." He wanted to talk about that and superheroes the entire transaction and didn't say a damn thing about the makeup, and I'm like, "Thank you so much for not making this weird."
Distraction Thor moment.
Oh, I was so I don't even think that that guy understands, like, how much he made my day just by talking about something not makeup related.
Yeah, no, heckin' self-checkout machines, like, heckin' saved me a lot in my, like, first 2 years of transition, and I'm also seeing Anime Mish saying that's why I bought all my stuff online. That too. I got quite a bit of my early trans gear, like, through Amazon.
I ended up just asking a bunch of people if they have clothes that they were gonna donate and if they could just give it to me instead. Um, that was both great, but now it's also I have a lot of mismatched clothes now.
Grimdor the Rampager
But
says, "Honestly, people only see what they wanna see 90% of the time." Absolutely true. Like, they will see what they're looking for, and I think that's part of why, uh, people see a gender very quickly, like, within half a second of seeing you, and they don't even question it, even if they flip-flopped from, like, last week.
oh, yeah, I've only told this, story to a few people. Oh, wait, I think I told it on stream maybe on Monday, but, like, I had that interaction where, um so basically, just to, like I won't, like, draw the story out too long since I think I've already told it on stream, but basically, I've been transitioning for a year now. My mom ran into somebody that we both knew pretty well. I rolled up to them in my wheelchair, they didn't even recognize me. They're like, "Oh, we're sorry, honey, are we in your way?" No idea who I was. Crazy, like, you won't even realize it yourself after a while, but, like, the changes will add up.
Yeah, no, and, like, it'll catch you by surprise when you realize, like, "Oh, wait, you're succeeding."
Can Lian see our chat? Yeah, she's here too. We've got both our chats pulled up on both our screens.
Yep, definitely can.
I see Maddie over there and Credo. Hi, Credo.
Like I says, I just buy a bunch of eyeliner pencils once or twice a year. Absolutely, like, especially makeup stuff, if you do a lot, like, it could be expensive, but, like, there's some of it where you can get bits and pieces, and they last quite a while, so, like, I haven't actually had to, buy makeup for a while, actually.
I still haven't bought any new makeup since I bought my original set. I mean, I actually did a really good job with my shopping list. I think I got a list from like a YouTuber of like the things you need, and that has lasted me. I could
Ma
probably come up with a list for anybody who needs like a general list of like things to get.
Maddie asks, "How long do eyeliner pencils last?" I guess, I bought a couple, and I would say, like, I don't use the eyeliner stuff, like, more than, like, once every, like, month or so, maybe, but, like, I still have some that I bought, like, a few years ago, to be honest.
It's lasting me a long time. Like, the makeup was expensive, but, like, yeah, to Leon's point, I don't see myself buying a new eyeliner pencil for a while. I've still got, like, half left, it's been a year, so it's probably gonna be another year before I buy one.
Grimdor the Rampager, let this be a reassurance. You will forget you're trans if you're out for long enough. I have experienced that. There are not infrequently days where I forget that I'm trans. It feels like that's kind of the goal.
I've so being a year into my transition, I have both days where I genuinely feel absolutely 100% in my gender. I am locked in. I look in the mirror. I feel great. I look great. I might even go and say something like, "Oh wow, I might even look cute today," right? That'd be crazy. But but then there are other days I wake up and it's just like everything feels off, and then I don't feel that way. It's very extreme, and I don't know if you've ever been through something like that, maybe early on in your transition, but that's kind of where I'm at these days. It's either all or nothing.
I would say, especially before my surgery, so this would be like the first year and a half to the 2-year mark of my transition. There were times where I would still like catch myself in the mirror and still like kind of feel like, well, like things haven't changed enough yet. And like I would still be self-conscious about certain things like my chest and like my figure and how it would still feel like, early on in my transition, it still felt like, oh, it feels like I'm just a guy that's pretending. And like the dysphoria would hit. It is definitely reduced like dramatically since the 3 to 4 year mark kind of was the turning point for that for me. Also, user Jake Fox asks, "Do you know the water sports cooler? The button you push to have the water. Do you have one?" I don't have one at home, but I do know what you're talking about.
I actually don't know what that is.
There's
What
like
wait, what is
when they have like the sports water like keg things, they have like the little spout with the button on the top. You push the button to have it
Oh!
give the water. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, the only sport I ever really did was, like, track and field, and I did shot put and discus. I wasn't even that big into running, at least not at that point in my life.
Honestly, I've never been a sports person myself either. The
I did
most active thing that I do is I like playing DDR.
I did lacrosse for 1 season and didn't really care for it because it's, like, kind of too violent, and, then I did shot put and discus, and I liked that because it was just it was easy, it was fun. I don't know, I just like chucking things, I guess.
Mhm. Hey,
But
Autumn.
yeah.
And also, Maddie says, right now, my main way to look feminine is clothes. My mother gave me full access to her wardrobe, is very appreciated, even though most clothes are pretty boring. Maddie, I've seen the pictures you sent, and like, you pull it off well. Like, starting to transition at your age is doing you wonders.
For me personally, I found clothes they help, but they didn't help nearly as much as just time and I guess just I don't know, just kinda letting the HRT work itself naturally, just soften my features. Kind of like you, like, with the jawline and everything. It was just a matter of time, and I just needed to kind of, like, wait that one out. But I mentioned to you that before the stream. I don't like giving that advice to people because it's not great to just tell them, like, "Yeah, it'll get better if you just wait," because it kinda sucks to give that advice.
Yeah,
It's true, though.
I could see that. It is realistic, though. There's a lot of changes that don't really pay out as far as HRT goes until you're like on year 3, 4, or 5. And like some girls even still see changes like 7 years in. But like there is stuff that happens like immediately. Your skin does immediately get softer and you get deeper access to your emotions. And the thing to realize is that it is a process and it's going to improve slowly over time. It will continue to get better. Like you just gotta have faith that, like, the HRT is gonna do its thing, and then while you're waiting for the HRT to do its thing, you can work on other areas like voice training or building out a wardrobe or changing like people were talking about earlier, change out for, like, the femme soaps or, like, conditioners or what have you.
That's honestly the best advice I can give too is like this is the best time your first year. That's all I really did was like just try to educate myself. And even though the clothes, as I mentioned, didn't specifically help me like feel more aligned with my new gender identity, learning about the things I needed to do, like, okay, how do I wash my hair properly? I remember having several conversations with Lian and going like, okay, I don't actually know how I'm supposed to actually wash my hair now, right? And like it's a trial and error thing because Leon had some really good advice about hair care, but I've over time found things that are very specific to me that I've experimented with that work a little bit better. And so like if you dive into that kind of like mentality and spend more time educating yourself, you have less time to worry about how you look. At least that's what worked for me.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the other thing is that there are ways, especially early on in a transition, to help mitigate the fact that you're early on in the transition. Like a lot of folks will talk about when you wear clothes and you want to start getting clothes that fit on your waist on your waist rather than your hip. You basically treat your waistline as like where your pants now sit. And that creates a more A shape that helps uh hide things a little bit more. And also with the hair care stuff, I have a direct recommendation for that one. A lot of what I learned is from a content creator on YouTube called um, Blow Dry Professor. Is a sweet guy and gives a lot of informative a lot of informative advice on hair care. And like you said, even what I do specifically for my hair has changed in order to better suit my own specific hair. Uh, but it is a very good place to start.
I might have to look them up later myself. I'm still like with my hair, like as far as like washing is concerned, I've got that down. I have no idea what to do when I actually need to go get a haircut for the first time. I don't even know if I'm ready for one.
Um, I've ended up like just not really getting one all that often, to be honest. I've gone in more for getting my hair dyed.
Have you cut your hair at all? Like how long did you wait before you even did anything like with a pair of scissors and your hair?
Uh, Honestly, the first time it was a couple years. Um, One of the things I learned from Blow Dry Professor is that like that idea that you have to like trim a little bit in order to grow your hair out, that actually like is a misconception. And it doesn't actually work out. Like what you're more so needing to do is to combat breakage. And you do that by using proper like conditioner, leave-in conditioner, and like hair oil. You actually don't need to trim your hair for anything other than just to style it.
The leave-in conditioner was like probably one of the best pieces of advice that like that for at least my hair specifically. I swear my hair like drinks that stuff.
Absolutely. I use like a heckin' tennis balls worth of conditioner at this point, and then like I have to use the leave-in conditioner to make sure like the moisture actually stays after I get out of the shower.
Right? Like, and if I don't, because I know the days I do it right, and my hair looks nice, and it's got like a nice bouncy curl on the bottom, and the days I don't do it right, it just poofs out and turns into like a big frizzy fuzzball.
Well, like I used to have to like shower and clean my hair every day, and it was an exhausting process. But it was because when I didn't use leave-in conditioner before, like by the time it gets to the next day, my hair would be a heckin' like bristle broom because like all the moisture is gone. And so like you really learn that you have to use leave-in conditioner in order to lock it in and make it so you can actually go a few days between the hair washes.
Now, here's the thing. I thought growing my hair out, and this is just me being somebody like when I was cis, I regularly kept my hair so short it was like almost to the scalp. Because I thought I was gonna go bald. I didn't apparently. I thought I was going to, but I guess I skipped that step. Uh, but I ended up like losing my train of thought actually. Whoops. Sorry.
You're good. Just Ones and Zeros asks, I've never used hair oil. Is it worth it? Um, Hair oil is pretty much like conditioner, just more potent. And it is something that your hair does naturally secrete at the root. But it dries out by the time it gets to the ends. So you use hair oil specifically on your ends in order to protect the ends from breakage. Once your hair...
That's what I do with the leave-in conditioner. Sorry.
Mhm. Well, it's like, yeah, you don't need hair oil, especially when your hair is shorter, but especially when it gets longer. Like, you're wanting to do condition, leave-in conditioner, and then, like, a little bit of hair oil right on the ends, like a few drops, like, rub on your hands and, like, spread it around on your ends.
I found the ends of my hair to be the most problematic, and addressing them in the way that you advised has helped the most. As far as like, because I have really, I'm gonna end up having super curly hair, at least on the tips. I don't know why it's kind of straight on the top, but like the ends get super curly.
I, I, I wouldn't be able to say specifically, but, like, it's probably just because, like, the weight of the rest of the hair pulling the hair at the roots, like, downwards.
Yeah, it wasn't like that at first. Like, because when I first started growing it out, I kind of was like, oh God, my hair's growing in all directions at once. This is gonna look terrible.
Mine kind of did that too after the transplants.
Oh, actually, if you wanted to, could you go over that a little bit? I don't remember who was asking about that, but if you could talk about a little bit more about your experience with the transplant process, or just how you dealt with that at all, like cross that bridge.
Right. I think I'll answer really quick. I see a comment I really like in your chat. Symmetrical says, that's a mood, Christo. Wow, I can actually feel my emotions, but also, oh no, I can actually feel my emotions. That's a huge mood with getting on HRT. And actually being able to be more connected with your emotions.
I
That's really funny.
I had the same experience. It happened to me really fast, faster than I anticipated.
But to get to your question that you were asking about the hair transplants, so that was the biggest dysphoria like trigger right before I came out, and again, it was what pushed me to finally come out. So for those that aren't aware, I had male pattern baldness. If folks were to see my before pictures before transitioning, they would see how bad it was. But like, I would say I lost like 96-97% of the hair at the top of my head. Like, there was like a few hairs kind of like straggling like towards the front, and it wrecked with my dysphoria quite a bit. And so when I came out, one of the first things I did is I had saved up a bunch of money, and I went to go get hair transplants. So my experience ended up being that I made an appointment and I went to a place, and I basically spent all day sitting in a chair where they were harvesting the roots of the hairs off the back of my head, where the hairs were still like strong. And then the second half of the day, after like a lunch, they spent a while like replanting them, and they focused them towards the front and like reconstructed my hairline. And then once that was done, I spent a few weeks not being able to wear hats or trying not to go outside too much. And it basically just grew out from there, and like the same head of hair I had back then is what has grown into what I have now.
I was shocked when you showed me, because like you have done such an amazing job with your hair. It is one of the things I am the most impressed with, because I've admitted to you, like I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell.
Yeah, no, I had to send Rain a video showing the top of my head where I still have a bald spot in the back of my head. I need to do another round of hair transplants someday. But I'm able to pull my hair in a ponytail, and it effectively hides it so like no one is any the wiser.
I mean, honestly, the way that you went about it, I honestly like I said, like if you did not show me that spot, like, and I don't know why I didn't pick up on it, because I feel like I've seen a picture of you like pre-transition, right? But it never really clicked with me or something. I don't exactly know how I missed it, but like when you showed me that, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Yeah, so like it literally took all day. They harvested as many um like donor hairs as they could from the back of my head. It was basically good for my hairline, and it went down like halfway down my head. And so like they did the front of it, and they focused on that part specifically because I'm like a slightly like average to kind of tall person. So like unless I like point my head down at somebody so they're seeing the top of my head, um they just don't see the back of my head often at all.
It's shocking too, like, just with, like, a few, like and this is, like, a point I'd like to kinda segue to is, like, you could apply the same kind of stuff to makeup, to, like, a lot of different things. If you come up with, like, just a little bit of a creative solution, you can you can go very far with it. Because, like, as I mentioned, I had no idea. I was completely shocked.
Uh, Autumn says, yeah, I also got pattern baldness. Was in the military where I had to keep my hair short for years, and I just wanted to grow everything out afterwards. I guess that might be a mood on your case after transitioning, especially.
So, I definitely I was in the military too. I that's why I kept my hair so short for so many years as well. That was more of, like, habit for me. Um, yeah, I still almost, in a sense, sometimes, like, I wake up and I still feel a little bit weird about the hair being so long because, like, I've had short hair for so long. I've never had it this long. And, like, sometimes I wake up now and I tug on it, and it's really unusual.
I wasn't in the military, but my dad was in the military, and instead of getting haircuts like at like a salon or something, um, my mom would just take, hair clippers with a guard and just give us all like buzz cuts. And I just kept doing that for until I was like 30, just because like, well, if I can't present the way I want to, then I just don't care, and I would just keep it that short just because it was no maintenance to keep it that way.
Yep. Yeah, exactly the same. Exactly the same. I just didn't care. I get the all-in-one shampoo too, the hair, body, everything shampoo, and be like, that's good enough for me.
Hair, body, motor oil.
Yup, pretty much. Like, oh, all in one shot. Just start at the top and just work my way down. Oh, so I can't believe I treated myself like that. And like now I think about it too, it's like I didn't use lotion before. I just kind of the best I would do is maybe O'Keefe's like working hands. But that stuff burns when you put it on.
Oh my gosh. Uh, yeah, no, I didn't start using lotion consistently until after I came out, and like, oh boy, I can't imagine like going without it these days. Like, after having like the softer skin that estrogen provides and actually taking care of my skin, like, anytime my hands get like, cracked or dry, it starts being super uncomfy, and I just can't deal anymore.
Oh, so I used to like let my lips get really chapped. Now I can't like if it even starts feeling like the tinge of it on the corners, I'm like immediately getting my like lip gloss out now.
Oh, that's another one. Some some lip balm like would go a long way for helping lip health. For That's another like small bit of advice out there. I was surprised how much it started really helping once I started actually using proper lip balm.
Like consistently too. Like you don't need to have chapped lips to use it. You can just use it because it's like lotion for your lips.
And that's another thing that can slightly change how people perceive you, because like men just have like lips that are just like slightly more craggly, like there's more lines in it, and then women's are just more like softer and pillowy.
Anna says tinted lip balm is magic. I fully agree with that.
Yeah, no, I use I think the brand I use is called Nivea, and like they have a cherry like slightly tinted lip balm, and I've been using that for like daily for years. It's my favorite.
I love lip gloss, except it's the only bad part about it is it lasts for like 5 minutes and then it's not shiny anymore. So you kind of constantly put it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, the lip balm I have, like, I wanted just enough tint that it added just a tiny bit of color. It takes me like, I like go around in like several circles to get it put on, but it's like it's just enough and it feels like all right. And then I don't usually have to do it again, like unless I like eat something and it all brushes off.
I mean, for me, I drink so much water, and because I use a water bottle, I swear it's like it doesn't even last 5 minutes. It's almost pointless to do it, but it's still
Well,
fun.
well, at least then you're hydrating, which also helps in that regard.
I drink because of the Spiro. I drink stupid amounts of water. It's the only thing, and I don't even have like any problems with Spiro overall. That's the only thing I have a problem with is how much water I got to drink because of it.
And like women like just need more water in general, like slightly more. And like that goes for trans women as well. So like that makes sense.
Now, I did want to ask like kind of a random question because this came up. I don't know if you know anything about it. This is something I'm going to ask my doctor the next time I go, but
Uh-huh.
I wanted to ask because I figured maybe you know. I was checking, like, I was thinking about taking a vitamin and I was checking the interactions and it said it interacted with my HRT. And I haven't looked further into it yet. Have you ever heard of that?
Um so I've taken a daily multivitamin for like a decade now. The ones I get don't have that warning. I know my girlfriend Lily did run into another multivitamin that has that warning. I think the thing that we found was that usually comes from like, Whole Foods or like health stores that usually like sometimes they dabble in like homeopathic stuff. And sometimes the homeopathic stuff that they use, uh, it's those things that can have an interaction, I believe.
That would make sense. Okay. Because I was going to be like, a multivitamin? Really?
Yeah, no, if you go to like a proper grocery store and get like, your standard, like, it's just a multivitamin, it doesn't have like homeopathic stuff in it, I don't believe that has any effect on it at all. It should just give you like the building blocks that you need to like build out like, hair and stuff. I will say, it's a random tangent, but I'm actually going to go for my next HRT appointment tomorrow. And I stopped taking my multivitamin for a few days. And that's specifically because there is some cases where the biotin in it, biotin is the vitamin that helps with like your nails and hair. So it's in a lot of women's vitamins. The biotin can apparently mess with how levels come out in labs for like estrogen and stuff.
Interesting. But does it just mess with the lab levels or is it actually messing with your actual levels?
I don't think it messes with the actual levels. It just makes it look like your estrogen is like higher than it actually is.
Huh, that's interesting.
So like I'm sitting here, I'm wanting to go into my HRT appointment and I'm wanting to go to 8 milligram estradiol. So what I don't want to have happen is to have the vitamin like make it look like oh, your estrogen's too high. It'd be dangerous to give you more, like unfairly.
That makes sense to me. I mean, now that I think about it, it makes sense. But like on the surface level, because like I have like this like medication tracker thing, and I started putting all my medicines in it, and that's where it warned me. I was like, oh, potential interaction, and I'm like, wait, what? It's a multivitamin.
Like multivitamins should just be like, as long as they didn't put extra silly stuff in it, like should just be the building blocks that like you use for all the other like bodily like stuff.
My doctor has told me that you have to stop taking in a few days before the blood test. Okay, that makes sense to me though.
Yeah, that's what I'm preparing for currently.
Hi, Jake. Welcome back.
Like it says chemistry, and then asks like 8 milligrams sublingual. Like yes, I do take my estradiol sublingually. I'm currently on 6. I'm wanting to get bumped up to 8, which I believe is like the max that most prescribers will go with.
So I take mine the same way. I just got bumped up to 6 milligrams, which is the same dosage my sister is on. So, but I still need to go back for another lab after a couple of months of that just to make sure that that's the right dose for me. But we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. I feel good on it. I feel like that's the right amount for me, but I don't know. It's hard to go off of feeling, right?
Yeah, no, I guess the thing to bear in mind is I experienced this recently when I went from 4 to 6 milligram, like back in I think it was like October. Um or it might have been November. Uh it does like the emotional changes of HRT do happen and they do get, you start feeling everything a bit more intensely. So like if you're not ready for it, it can catch you like off guard. But it is something where I do feel better being more in tune with my emotions. It's like turning the volume on the emotion dial up.
I I feel like I'd like that. And to your point, yes, I have been a little bit more emotional than I was previously, like over the past couple of like weeks since we've made that adjustment. But I feel like it's healthier, even if it's not always the easiest to deal with,
You know,
if that
it
makes sense.
it can be a struggle. And like the thing is, you have to be aware anytime your HRT regimen changes because it can come with some mood swings, especially if like you aren't used to regulating those emotions yet. It can be done. You just have to be mindful of it and be ready to be like, okay, I've got to like, stop and pace myself and process things rather than just like, reacting to what I'm feeling.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because that's actually like one of the more important things, like as far as emotional changes in HRT and like how it's impacted me is prior to taking HRT, and being a little bit more in tune, I felt like I was so harsh with everything. Like everything was very binary. I was either mad or I was not mad, or I was happy about something or I wasn't happy about it. And even though this wider range of emotions can be more difficult to deal with, I also find that the self-reflection is deeper and I'm making more meaningful changes. I've made more meaningful and healthy changes over the past couple of weeks, um, than I think I have over the past couple of months, and that's I don't know, I can't explain it any other way than I'm just able to get through those feelings a little bit better now, even if they're more difficult and intense.
Yeah, symmetrical says arguably the emotions are still there either way. You're just better able to feel them and thus deal with them. And that combined with what you said, I think is definitely true. And Anime Mish adds on, oh yeah, the mood swings are brutal. I've definitely experienced that, even with just like progesterone, which is another thing that can be added on top of estradiol.
So I don't have any experience with that. That's something that was brought up to me, but then I said, I don't think I need that, and I never readdressed it with anybody ever again.
Yeah, I asked about progesterone because like I had been researching it and it it's something you take primarily for chest development, and that was something that I definitely wanted for my own goals. And so like I've been taking it for like a couple years now.
So for me, and this is a very personal thing, but I personally want to stay. I've always liked having a small body. I always like being thin.
Hmm.
I am not necessarily interested in doing that, which so it's probably fine that I skipped out on that one.
Yeah, no.
Everything seems to be fine with just my normal HRT, at least for me. I'm happy, so
Yeah, no, with any of these changes, like, if you're another like trans girl, like we don't all have the same goals. And this is doubly true when you're talking about folks who are NB. It's just you have to kind of identify what your specific goals are, and then you can work with your doctor to specifically tailor towards those goals. Like for me, I definitely wanted that area to be more pronounced, specifically to both because like I thought it would be very gender affirming just for myself, and also it would help like counteract like the rest of my frame. And so like that's why I've ended up going on progesterone, and I've also ended up having a surgery that I had about a year ago at this point. Um but there's definitely a lot of trans girls who that is not their goal, and that's also equally as valid.
for me, I want just enough of the hourglass shape to define my femininity without it being like the thing that like stands out about me, I guess is the best way to articulate it.
Yeah. I've definitely noticed, especially like year 3 and 4, I've gotten like a lot better of like the whole hourglass shape from the HRT, and like it's really feeling comfortable at this point.
Anna says body shaping with progesterone sneaks up on you. Like how like it in like over a span of how many months though would you say, Anna? Or Lian, if you want to comment on that too. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I would say probably a couple years at this point. I'm like 2 years on progesterone and 4 years on estradiol. Leica says, love having hope in my heart for just no reason. No, I love that too.
Mr. Bad with Names, congratulations on the 6 months of membership. Oh my goodness. Sorry we didn't have the emoji ready yet for the 6 months, but here you go. You can have lots of head pats in the chat. We're gonna get you a new badge soon, I promise. Maddie and I are working on a little emoji project.
I'm excited to see how that turns out.
Me too. Because I'm not great with pixel art, and I wanted the emojis to be like pixel art style. So I'm really excited.
The hourglass shape has started to hit me. It's kind of crazy, like it says. Yeah? You know, like I feel like I'm reaching that point, like coming on 4 years. And it's like I'm left like very like happy with how things are going. And like I'm excited to go up to 8 milligram estradiol and kind of like, you know, like lock everything in.
Oh, Craig, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the membership gifts. Everybody, head pats for Craig. Especially if you got, especially if you just got a membership.
Maddie says, Rain, I'm going to be working on the emojis tomorrow. I was going to start today, but got distracted.
Oh, you don't have to apologize, Cutie. I'm going to be real with you. Like, I remember, like, I helped set her up with the software that one day. And I'm going to be real with you. So much has happened with, like, all that editing stuff. Like, I haven't even... This is the first time I've thought about it. Like, I can't even remember how many days has passed since I had that conversation with her. I swear, if somebody's like not on top of me every single day, like, I lose track of it.
Buttereyed says, I naturally have a pretty androgynous shape, so I always love that I can just put on femme clothes, and the stitching does the rest. Absolutely, especially like folks who are like gender non-conforming, but not necessarily like full femme. Like, I imagine having that ability is like actually feels really great. Oh my gosh, Rain, phrasing? I didn't even catch what that was.
Sylvia, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the membership. Wait, did you just get gifted a membership from your own membership gifts?
Wait, really?
I just noticed that. Sil the Bun received a gift membership from... I didn't know YouTube could do that. You got really lucky then. Had pats for everybody. Including Sylvia.
Sylvia accidentally head pats himself.
She head patted herself in her confusion. Oh, goodness. Yeah, YouTube, well, I mean, obviously I just made a video about this. YouTube's been really derpy about, like, the features lately. Something that hopefully they'll fix by the time you get all your monetization stuff turned on, Lian.
Here's hoping. I need to start actually making some of the videos I've been thinking about. I've everything's been like a whirlwind of like being busy with every little thing.
Oh my goodness, now Mr. Bad with names? Thank you, oh my goodness. Everybody's being so generous. Head pats for Mr. Bad
Yo.
with names.
Heckin' membership drops are part of Rain's HRT.
Oh, you all make it rain memberships in my live stream chat almost every single time, to the point where, like, YouTube gets grumpy about it. Like, we're gonna just turn this feature off for this girl at some point.
Leica says, I think eating well and getting regular exercise will help with the changing shape. I think I could definitely, like, attest to that, because I've definitely been, like, not as good as I had been, like, years prior about keeping my weight down, but I think that's also worked to my benefit lately. I've definitely gotten it, like, heavier, but also I walk around all day for a living. And I think both of those things combined has worked, like, pretty well towards, like, giving me my new shape.
So that's one of my goals too, and I have, like, weird issues with, like, body dysphoria just because, like, of my disability, the accident and stuff like that. I'm struggling with weight right now. I have not been this heavy for years and years and years. Like, it's been a really long time. Like, when I first got out of the military, I got kind of, like, overweight, and then I lost all that weight again, and I stayed skinny for a really long time. Now I'm getting kind of creeping back up again, and it's something that does bother me. Unfortunately, just specifically eating healthy and exercising more isn't necessarily the right answer for me, because just going out for an extra walk or a jog isn't exactly the right answer. I'm still figuring that out for myself. Actually, if anybody has any tips for anybody who might be in a similar situation, like, I'm open to hearing about that.
Well, I will say, like, again, like, if having, like, that more hourglass shape is part of the goal, then actually, you know, putting on more weight, at least for a time, like, can actually help a lot with that, because one of the side effects of HRT that a lot of, like, girls, like, go for is the fat redistribution, right? Thing is, it doesn't, like, move anything. It's more of a mechanic of, well, when it makes new fat cells, it puts it in the new spots. So, on some level, you have to put on a little bit of weight in order to, like, actually get stuff to move. So, like, at least in my case, I feel like it's kind of a happy accident that I put on a little bit more weight. I'm gonna, like, try to lose it here soon, but...
Well, I'm gonna try to take the glass half full approach like you and go, yeah, this is helping my transition, but now I kind of want to shed some of that weight.
I think I'm at the same stage right now.
Also, I just want to say, Craig, thank you so much for the 20 gift memberships. Everybody had pats in the chat.
20? Oh my gosh.
46636
Congrats, Rain.
$12. Have some head pats here, asterisk, pat, 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 pat.
Oh my goodness. Everybody's going all in right now. Thank you so much. All right, that one was Credo, and then Craig. I almost backwards the names in my heads because they both start with the letter C. Thank you both so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Jake, if you have a question, you can just ask the question if you'd like.
Autumn says, I was on progesterone for a while and I did get growth from it, but my first period on progesterone was rough. I had mood swings, hot flashes, and stomach cramps. I've not experienced a period yet myself. I think I've experienced a hot flash once.
So, this was something that my mom brought up to me, and I'm not gonna say it, I'm not gonna even, but she's just like, you're kind of moody the past couple of days. And I'm like, oh, really?
Oh.
And that's the only thing she mentioned to me. And she's like, kind of picked up on that. But I'm like, I don't know if that's related. or anything. Also, I just want to say, Sylvia and Gombic, oh my goodness, thank you both so much. I feel bad I'm like not even able to keep up with the super chats at this point. You're both so generous. Thank you so much.
Autumn, I literally kept a stash of emergency chocolate for the mood swings until I learned how to regulate them better. And I kept anti-cramp, anti-nausea meds around too. You know, I feel like if you experience those things, that definitely helps quite a bit. I could definitely attest to the emergency chocolate. I don't know what it was. After I got on estrogen, chocolate started tasting a lot better and legitimately helps.
Oh my goodness. So I was like, to the point that I mentioned a few minutes ago, like with the heavier emotions. So I'm so glad I did this. I bought, you know this, I've mentioned it to you already, but I've been getting the Reese's dark chocolate thins, and I've been hiding a bag in my underwear drawer, and I leave it there and I kind of forget about it. I don't open it. I don't consistently eat at it.
Uh-huh.
The other night though, I was so upset. I was just like really like very emotional. And I just decided to put on a YouTube video and just eat that dark chocolate. And I have not left a candy wrapper graveyard like that since I was a kid. But I needed it, and it was so good. It was exactly what I needed. I felt so much better after.
Yeah, no, like heckin' the chocolate, you know, the chocolate remedy is like so real after like transitioning. It's wild.
I I just remember kind of sobbing, and I'm like, this is so good. You know? Oh goodness.
I should start doing that too. I do have a problem. I think it's like, you know, an ADHD thing maybe, or just like a forgetful thing. It's like whenever I have like snacks like available to me, it's hard for me not to like eventually break into them.
I'm so sorry. I got a super head pat at the end there, so I didn't hear the end of what you said. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Also, to answer Casey's question, if you're cold, I can absolutely give you some head pats, my friend.
Autumn says candy wrapper graveyard is my new favorite phrase. Mine too, honestly. I understood immediately what you meant.
I'm giving all the head pats, as many as I can. Hopefully this keeps you warm. No, it's all good. I'm just a yapper. Craig, you're very generous yapper, and I appreciate you being here.
Use the friction from the head pats.
Honestly, though, like, with the way my hair is, I would actually, I don't know, if somebody actually gave me a real aggressive head pat, that actually might destroy my hair for the rest of the day. Now that I'm thinking about it, nobody's ever actually given me an IRL head pat before, but now that I'm thinking, that might destroy my hair.
Oh no.
It'd be everywhere because like it gets staticky too. So if you rub it, right, it's gonna like when you lift your hand, sometimes it like even starts to follow the hand a little bit.
I'd throw money at Lian too, but it doesn't work here. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten like monetization working yet.
Lian,
I've been lazy on that front.
She has a Ko-Fi.
I keep forgetting about that.
Oh no. Oh, we can't let that happen. Hold on a second. Wait, I'll help you out here.
Ah.
Let's see. Where do I keep the link for your Ko-Fi? Because I have it somewhere. Hold on.
Autumn says, also, there's nothing quite like rewatching old movies or video games and realizing the scenes make you cry now, like in FF6 when the kids don't recognize Espertera but still call her mama. Oh, like, I've been watching a lot of movies with Lily recently, and like, there's a lot of movies that I've watched like years and years and years ago that like I thought were just like good back then. And, like, I liked the movies, and I watch them now, and I'm like crying, and I'm like, what is this? It's awesome, but like what?
I haven't had too much time to rewatch old movies, but that actually sounds like a great idea. I should do that with a couple of my classics.
No, like I absolutely like actually like go everyone start like, going back to like the classics, like watch old favorite movies, like, you know, get your inspiration battery refilled. I can highly attest it's important.
That's something I've been working on too. I've actually like well, I haven't had a chance to actually talk about this with you too, but like recently I have been like burnt out on drawing and I haven't been able to get back to it yet. That's something I'm hoping, well, we're probably will do that off stream, but I'm hoping we can have a conversation about how to get that mojo back for my drawing. Cause like, I don't know, I've tried a couple of different exercises that didn't work out for me.
Yeah, it's funny because this happens with I think like whenever people play like MMOs as well. People get burnt out on MMOs, and I feel like it's kind of the same for anything you might get burnt out on. Like the fact is you want to get more like um kind of life experience like from other areas. If you're burnt out on something, then like, start watching other movies, read a book or something. Just like whatever else like takes your interest and then like come back to the old passions later.
You, the thing that makes me sad about it though is like, I don't want to feel that way because like I was drawing nearly every day. I mean,
Uh-huh.
you've seen. And it's like now now it's been like almost a month and a half. I haven't been able to draw almost anything. It's just like, am I forgetting how to draw? Like, if I lost this, like, and I know that's not true. I know if I sat down and I really put my mind to it, like, I'd be able to make something, right? But the more time that passes, the more I'm like, wait, like, can I still do this? I don't know if you've ever experienced that, or I don't know if you've ever taken like a really long break from drawing or anything like that.
Um I have I actually had an experience like this, like, just the other day. Um, I drew something for Lily, like, just the other day, and, like, I tried to do a different style, and also, like, I haven't been able to draw for, like, a while just because 'cause I've been, like, really, like, busy, caught up with, like, work, and then the times that I would be home, I would be, like, out of spoons and, like, not able to really motivate myself to do much other than, like, just put on YouTube and, like, play a game. Um, but, like, I was finally able to draw again, um, like, a couple mornings ago. And it took a while. It took like maybe the first hour was me like kind of like sketching out stuff and like getting back into the groove of things. But I think eventually the muscle memory eventually kicked back in. And that's I think the kind of the best thing I can say for it is you kind of just have to start doing it again. You'll pick it up, you'll pick it back up again really quickly. Relearning stuff like takes like I don't know, maybe a few hours. But like the issue
That
ends up more so being like you need to motivate yourself to do it and give yourself like the battery to do it.
I think you've actually inadvertently kinda nailed it a little bit for me. I think
Uh-huh.
I'm, 1, approaching it with too low of, like, a battery, and 2, I'm not feeling that, like, click that you kind of described there a second ago, right? Like, I'm doing it, and I'm getting to that sketch part, but then I'm just like, "Ugh," right? And, like, I never get that, like, clicked moment where I'm like, "Oh, yeah, wait, this is all coming back to me now," right? Like, and the motivation is there. It just kind of putters out these days. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll try some of the other things that you mentioned and see if that'll help.
Yeah, you gotta refill the battery with other things. Like it's just you have to like kind of get the inspiration from elsewhere. And if I could show you like, there's a few things that like I've started a few drawing pieces like, over the past few months and then like I just never finished them cuz like I had to like, go to work or go to sleep or something, and then I just was never able to summon the motivation again to finish those pieces. I have like again 4 works in progress that like I need to go back to work on.
Same, same. There's so many drawings that are like they're almost done and like if I could just find that like little bit of passion, like I mean really one of them is like probably an hour or 2 more of work and it'd be done. And I can't even muster the motivation to do that.
Well,
And that's the part I'm kicking myself over.
and like that's the thing is like you have to summon the motivation. The reason I was able to draw like the other morning is because it was a very personal thing for Lily that I wanted to do, and it was something that I was specifically driven to do because of, something that I can't really go into detail on right now, but, like, I wanted to do something for her, and that, like, carried me through. And, like, you need to have, like, that reason for why you want to do something that, like,
That
properly motivates you.
actually helps way more than you think, but I really appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad we got to talk about that. Well, of course, the 2 artists are gonna start, info dumping about art at some point.
Well, I'll be honest, like, it's not really, like, transition related, but, like, I feel that it is you have to take care of your mental health as well. That is a huge part of it. You have to, like, get yourself to the point that you get to the latter parts of your transition, and I feel like that's part of why, like, when I made my server, I felt it was very important to actually, like, create some spaces where we could talk about, like, video games we're playing, anime we're watching, movies we're watching, etc. Because, like, those kind of experiences are what fuel us, you know?
I I fully agree, and I'm glad I was most passionate about art, right as I was going through transition because, like, a lot of the pieces I did, uh, during that time were really emotional pieces for me, and
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'd be able to process those emotions without having the art to, like, literally look at. Like, in the way I described it to somebody was like it was, like, almost like pulling a splinter out of my
Mhm.
soul and, like, staring at it, and now that it's on paper, well, now it exists there, it doesn't exist in me anymore.
Well, and, like, I think about, like, when you were drawing every day, right? And, like, if you think about it, like, what were you drawing a lot of? You had a lot of abstract pieces that you were doing for a while. You're also drawing a lot of Ame and a lot of, like, Miku. So, like, there were things that you were very passionate about. You wanted to draw those things for the love of either those characters or what you were feeling. So, like, there were other,
It's
like,
been
things that were
so
also
long.
helping motivate you.
It's been so long since I've drawn Miko. I should draw Miko again. I love drawing Miko.
Yeah, no, like, and that's something, like, I'm wanting to, like, heckin', like, work myself up to as well because I haven't actually done, like, fan art much myself. And I think, like, that's part of why I think I maybe, like, run into hiatuses myself, is I need to get back into doing that again.
Well, so, like, what I've been doing for a while now, and now that I'm, like, kinda happy with my avatar and my character, and I know how to draw my own character really well now, I maybe I should just switch back because, like, the only reason I was drawing myself so much and putting myself in the centerpiece was just so I could, like, get that skill to be able to do it consistently. Maybe maybe it's just time for me to change the subject matter and, like, I don't need to necessarily keep practicing my own thing. I get stuck in ruts like that though, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen it with, like, Needy Streamer Overload and stuff, like, I get, like, kind of obsessive about things, like, I'm really passionate about, and I kinda get stuck on them maybe a bit too long.
And, Autumn says something to, kinda tie it back into transition again. Lowering your stress is super important. Stress can hold back growth and changes. Absolutely. Like, again, you have to kind of manage your own mental state while you're also doing a transition, and I feel art is a fantastic way to do that.
I fully agree, and I also, like it just, like, in any sense too, like and it doesn't necessarily need to be specifically art, right? But, like, any kind of, like, format like that like, that's why I'm a big fan of, like, having those spaces like Leon said, of, like, just anything you could put any amount of time and genuine passion into, is gonna help take the edge off of, like, other things in your life.
I d sorry, I just saw the heckin' pinned comment you put. What?
Oh, what?
No.
Oh, the kid well, hey, listen, I mean, there is part of that statement that is true.
I mean, you sure can give the subscribe button a headbat.
Well, I don't know. I think oh goodness. I've been getting so many people recently who have been specific because I've denied I'm cute so much. There is I think Anna is the winner of, like, the most evidence of me accidentally saying I'm cute or something like that to that effect, but other people have been doing it too and sending it to me, and I'm like, "Oh god, there's gonna be, like, a trial or something, it's gonna be overwhelmingly bad for me."
I have absolutely no evidence against me.
I think I actually might have something, but it's from, like, months ago, so I have to dig through my bookmarks. I think it's from one stream a super long time ago where you maybe may have accidentally mentioned something because we twisted your arm.
You know, it was done under coercion, so it doesn't count.
Oh, we definitely it was cutie coercion. Notice she doesn't say that she isn't cute, that she's just a cutie denier. That is true.
I I deny it because, like, it's not true.
It's definitely for me specifically, it's definitely not true. It could never be true.
There's one cutie here, and it's not me.
Well, okay, if it's not me, it definitely has to be you. What's that old what's that, like, "Who's got their hand in the cookie jar?" I feel like that's the song we're doing right now. Denying cuteness is a violation of N.22 of the Cutie Convention. Uh-oh. Now we're really getting ourselves in legal hot water.
Get ready for cutie crimes.
We may even have to have a cutie trial at some point. And I am guilty, Christo. Well, we all know you're cute, so definitely guilty as charged.
And you said it without any coercion whatsoever. No, no.
I was kind of just scanning through the chat real quick to see if there was like any. Did anybody want to ask any more questions about? I know we kind of got a little bit in the weeds there with art for a few minutes, but did anybody want to ask us any more like transition related questions? Maybe something we hadn't touched on, or something a little bit more specific to your needs. I just want to make sure that anybody who had like a question or something they wanted us to talk about that they got a
Yeah,
chance
no.
to bring it up. There's a
Be it
lot going
about
on.
like be it about like HRT, like emotional like regulation questions, like surgeries, what have you.
Oh, you know what I could talk about real quick while we're waiting for somebody to put something in is, um, laser. I wanted to just talk about my first like appointment with laser because I didn't have I didn't know what to expect. I didn't really have a chance to talk to anybody. I kind of just did this a little bit on a whim, so I didn't really have time to talk to anybody about it. So I wanted to bring this up to anybody who like is considering getting laser. This was my experience. You may have different emotions about it. When I went in there, they told me they want me to shave only the day before, right? And then to come in, don't shave that morning, right? So they went ahead, they did the procedure. What I failed to realize, and this is maybe poor question, like follow-up question on my part, right? But they told me after, they're like, yeah, okay, so don't shave for 48 hours. I was like, what? So I had to keep dead, burnt hair on my face for 2 days after the laser, and that made me feel absolutely awful. So anybody who's considering doing something similar, be really prepared to deal with that because I wasn't. Now going into the second appointment, right? I know what the expectations are. I know what I'm going to deal with. I know exactly how it's going to feel and what to expect, right? But that first appointment, I did not do my due diligence and I paid for it with the dysphoria.
That is interesting because the clinic I go to definitely runs in a slightly different way. They they wanted me to shave like the day before or like the night before. Um, and then like they didn't really put that same restriction on me, though they were very concerned about, you know, trying to limit how long you spend in the sun, which also makes sense. And if you do spend any time in the sun, after, especially after a laser treatment, like you should do this anyway, because like UV radiation is real. But like, especially if you go like and have laser hair removal, you want to use like really good sunscreen if you're ever going outside.
That was something that they went over with me a lot. I think personally, it's because I have very fair skin, and like during their questionnaire, I told them I'm like I blister pretty much instantly. I turn lobster red, so they might just be giving me the advice based on caution there, and they might just want me to wait just so it doesn't break out or anything. But if you end up getting like kind of similar advice when you go in for your consultation or you have your first appointment, just be ready for the aftercare. Like, do your due diligence, research, ask proper follow-up questions. I probably should have asked more to them at the time. I think I just kind of let my excitement of getting it like overwhelm me, and I was looking at all the positives and I didn't even consider the negatives there.
Yeah, I think one of the risks that I was told, and it could be different like place to place, but like if you get like a laser hair removal like treatment and then like, you know, for whatever reason you go out the next day and you like get a sunburn, let's say, it could lead to some discoloration of the skin, so you want to be really careful.
Nikki asks, what do you need to talk about to get HRT or diagnosed with gender dysphoria? That's a great question. But it unfortunately doesn't have like a one single answer. It really kind of depends on where you live, what country you're in, and even it's in some specific circumstances, which state you live in, will kind of dictate what that process is.
Yeah, I think some of the most common that you might find is that like it could be good to talk about like, oh, you feel like a certain distress when related to the way you're presenting, and in order to relieve that, um HRT might be medically necessary. Now, it bears saying that like, you know, to be trans you do not need dysphoria, but often like there is still parts of our society that still rely on like, you know, you have to like feel like some amount of distress in order to be diagnosed with dysphoria. So there are certain parts where at least I personally don't think you should like, you know, feel bad for saying those things in order to get the care that you feel you want to feel more yourself.
I'd agree with that, right? Like, I mean, just and like what and this is I say this as somebody who suffers from chronic pain, right? But like I've had this conversation enough, right? Pain is so hard to define, right? We use a pain scale of 1 to 10 and that puts a number on it, right? But I've also found that scale to be kind of useless because like when you put the same number on it every single day, right? Like it kind of becomes meaningless in a sense. But like I definitely oh shit, I lost my train of thought again. God damn it. That's happened twice now. Sorry, I don't know. I kind of forgot where I was going with that
That's
point.
so simple. I was expecting more. I mean, that's kind of like the crux of it is a lot of like the medical space will really be focused on identifying dysphoria in particular. And you know, you could talk about being uncomfortable in your body, you can talk about, you know, feeling like you're a different gender inside. Again, a lot of the medical system might be tied up on, like, depending on where you're at, might be tied up in the binary. So, like, it doesn't necessarily help NB people as much. It could lead to situations where folks who are NB, like, might need to over-exaggerate their symptoms in order to get the proper care that they need. But I think you have to kind of, like, keep yourself informed and know what it is you would like. And then you can use that to try to, you know, basically persuade medical professionals to give you what you need.
I I I'm I like your. I don't have anything more to add to that one. I think that's fair.
Uh-huh. I believe at some point in my chat, I remember seeing someone wanted to hear a Shaw. Shout out to my Silk Song players out there. But then also Buttereyed asks, actually, I do have a question. Does dysphoria worsen with age? It did for me, although it's not usually attached specifically to age. There are folks all the time that come out, like, you know, even when they're like 50 or 60. I think the more common thing is that dysphoria usually worsens with like more extreme traits that are like, you know, perceived as being gendered one way or another. Like for me, it got worse as I lost my hair.
For me, because I mentioned I didn't experience gender dysphoria, it was only when it started to kind of click into place. And I was like, wait a second. Wait, who am I really? That's when it started to hit me. But like, I remember somebody asked me something. I can't remember exactly how they phrased the question, but I was just like, no, I've never even questioned it. I remember saying that to somebody at one point, and I'm like, that's so not true, though. Like, I definitely was not being 100% honest in that statement. I just didn't realize I was.
Mm-hmm. Maddie says, a bit of a specific question, but how would one get more comfortable with wearing girl clothes around people? Because I feel I have to cover my girl clothes with my dressing gown when with my mother. Um, kind of like with the bathroom thing, I feel like you kind of have to like slowly like open yourself up to wearing those things around like people that you trust to start, and then slowly expand that sphere outwards. And then once you're doing it for long enough, the social conditioning that you've had, like, you know, often for decades, should eventually start to break down, and you start getting more comfortable, like, just being able to express yourself. And the feeling of, like, trepidation that comes with that should dissipate.
So I have a little bit to add to this one too. Something that helped me a lot, and I started my transition during the winter, and it's thankfully the winter still right now for most of the world. Um, One thing that helped me, and this helped me with like bras specifically, was I started by wearing a puffy jacket, and I would wear the bra outside, but like I would otherwise be dressed cis still, and I would just get used to wearing it under my clothes, the feeling, right, till it became almost like second nature. And that for me is like almost like exposure therapy, right? Like you start doing that enough, and like it just, I don't know, for me, I was able to eventually just go,
That
aha, here you go.
that
I
can be
wear this now.
that could be a very low risk way to start, for sure.
It helped me at least get that, because the part for me that like I just wasn't used to wearing it, and like that was, it was the constant reminder that I had it on that was bothering me. But like once you get used to something like that, right? Like then you don't even think about it. Now it's like second nature to you. You're outside, right?
No, absolutely. Uh, Once you start getting comfortable enough that, like, you know, you're used to wearing it, and then later you're used to wearing it like around people, um I think it eventually just starts becoming expected. And I think when it becomes expected of you that like you're going to be wearing the things that you want to wear, it becomes a lot easier to do so.
I would, I definitely, I definitely agree with that. Craig asked, does gender fluid count as trans? I used to date somebody with it, but I never questioned it. Um, I I don't know as much about gender fluidity, so I am a little more reluctant to comment on that. I don't know if you know more about it.
Um, Based on what I understand, and I guess I should say, there was a time right when I came out where I still wasn't sure how I wanted to present myself. So originally, like, I decided, like, you know, let's try gender fluidity. Um, as an idea, because like there was a part of me where I thought I had like two different identities, so to speak, that that'd be comfortable like swapping between. So I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds right. And then later I ended up realizing like, oh, I just never switched off of femme like after I like swapped to it. So I was like, I guess I'm just trans, just like a trans like girl rather. But I would look at it and at least like again outside looking in, I would say yes, it does count. I think it's one of those things where it's like any deviation from just being the gender you were assigned at birth, like, is non-conformity. It is, trans. Although folks who are gender fluid, like, may or may not, like, relate to feeling trans, so to speak. So I would defer to people who are gender fluid and whether or not they identify with trans as a label for themselves.
The only time like gender fluidity got brought up to me was like when I had that very initial conversation with one of my friends about it. And they're like, well, just try it on, like they went over like the different things that it could be. And they're like, well, just try it one day and see how it is. And same as you, like I turned on girl mode and I never wanted to turn it back off again.
Absolutely.
It was immediately, instantaneously like, holy crap, this is right. I actually remember on my private, like I had a private account back then. I actually remember posting, I shouldn't be allowed to feel this happy. That was my comment after the first time I did
it. Oh, that sounds
But
amazing, though.
it really, it was, but like I was so overwhelmed by like, I just like, it didn't feel like you should be that happy, right? Like I don't know if you've ever experienced, but that's like what pushed me to get the HRT and like go forward with it. Is just like for the first time in my life, I genuinely was like so overwhelmed with happiness, like I felt like I didn't even deserve it.
Well, like, I think there's something to be said there about like, you get so used to just presenting the way that people expect you to, and like kind of just accepting that layer of like, oh, that's just how like it's supposed to be. You almost like convince yourself that that's how much you deserve, and then like you get it in your head in that way, to where when you finally feel something better, like it feels like too much compared to what you feel like your lot should be. I guess you can
Yes,
correct me. Yeah.
yes. No, you nailed it though, right? Like I've set that expectation. I've set the bar in my head so low that the first time it got blown, and it got blown way, way out, right? That's why I'm just like, oh my God, it was just purely overwhelming just because my own expectations were just that bad.
Set the new expectation that you're gonna treat yourself kindly.
I work on that every single day. I am trying. That was my New Year's resolution to be honest, and just like in it, I've been back and forth on that a little bit, but I feel like I've made more positive changes since then, than, I have fallen off the wagon on them. But I like the reason I bring that up is because nobody is perfect, right? Like if you've got a resolution that you're working on, like me, to try to get like a little bit healthier or happier, right? Do not feel bad if you fail it, because like that's part of the process. Falling off the wagon is how you learn to like overcome the issue next time.
Yeah, as with everything else in life, like transition is not going to be a linear process. Like there are going to be times, especially like around like, big like appointments and surgeries, should you decide to do that, where like it's going to feel like, yeah, like I'm doing a lot. And then there's going to be a lot of days where you're just going through a regular day. Like it's not going to be all at once. It's going to be uneven. Sometimes you're going to like, stall like compared to other days, and like that's fine. You have to, manage your own mental health like more so than just the transition. And the thing you have to remember is like you're building a life for yourself after your transition. Like your life isn't just going to be transition. Like you're wanting to eventually build towards something that you can carry on for like the rest of your life.
I know that's what I'm working towards, right? But I gotta be honest with you, like I'm loving this phase of my life. And maybe it's just because I'm in it and I'm finally being happy for the first time, but like I'd be almost sad if I got to the end, right?
I feel that. I feel that for sure. And I think like I kind of experienced the same thing all over again with like bumping my estradiol back up. Like it was a way that I felt like I kind of like revitalized like, oh hey, I'm like taking steps forward. Heck yeah, this feels awesome. I know that there's always going to be a part of me that like, I love being in like trans spaces. I love seeing people on their journeys and like, even the fact that like I think we've both experienced this, people coming out and like in our streams and discovering themselves like that just warms my heart to see. And so like
And
there's always going to be a part of me that loves being in that space. But then there's also more to me than that, like being an artist and now working on a channel and such as well.
and I think like one of the biggest takeaways that like of all the advice that we covered, of all the things, I feel like the most common circle back point that we keep going back to is that you have to take care of your mental health. And that you have to like make that a priority. And the things that you do should circle back to having a more positive outlook on your life. Even if in that moment you're not currently living that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just want to say congrats on your 10 subscriptions, Crystal. Hiya, cutie. Also, I think you have 11 now because I subscribe to your channel too. Anna says, I went with MB until I did a skirt spinny and shaved my legs. It was all girl after that. That sounds like so much fun. I can't do that, unfortunately. I definitely would fall over.
Uh, I, it's a side effect of the fact that I've been on like laser hair removal now for like a little over a year, but like I haven't bought a new razor in a while, and like I've been meaning to because like I can shave my legs again, but like I
Yep.
did that the first time, and like that was something I did even before I came out, and like that always just felt so good.
I I personally have been enjoying that haven't had to shave as frequently. So like and I've always had a lot of facial hair. It was like the one place on my body that like cuz I didn't get like a lot of body hair, thankfully, but like the one place it grew in super thick was on my face. I have been enjoying the fact that I can go like a day without shaving, and it's only been one appointment. So I'm really hopeful this will be effective. Unfortunately for me, I only got 6 appointments, so I don't know how far that's gonna get me. But if one got me shaving like every other day, I'm hoping after 6, it's gonna just be like maybe a couple days, maybe even like once a week I need to shave. That would be so much better for me.
Yeah, no. If your experience ends up being anything like mine was, um, you're gonna notice it's going to diminish like over time. Like your hair is gonna diminish over the facial hair is gonna diminish over time. With each appointment, and I think it was around. I did it once a month, and it was about appointment 4 to 5, where it really like did like the first like it got like 80% of it done, and it changed how much I needed to shave so dramatically, and like I can't tell you how much of a relief that felt, like at finally getting that far. And I kept doing
I
it because there's still like
can't wait.
straggling follicles to go grab, but like the largest part of it was done, and I was so happy.
So for me specifically, it's the shadow, like, and the shadow on the
Yes,
cheeks is
yes.
already gone by a lot, which is huge for me. So like, I don't even care if I have to shave. I just don't want to see the remnants of it when I'm done, you know?
Uh-huh. It sneaks up on you. Like the thing that like a lot of folks don't realize until they like start trying to like, shave and like, you know, do the transition part like as far as it goes to the face is like you can fully shave your face, and even if you get a really close shave, the stuff that's hard to remember is that like there is still a good amount of the hair follicle that rests below the skin. And there's enough of it there that it like discolors things like kind of a bluish greenish.
Yeah.
And like that's the part that like, you can only really like get rid of if you like, you know, pluck or use nair or something. Or if you get laser hair removal to eventually like get it to just stop growing altogether.
Anytime the Nair thing comes up, I always your advice about the test patch is huge because I didn't do the test patch. I just
Oh
slathered the
yeah.
Nair all over my arms like an idiot and just let it
Ah!
ride, and that was so alright, so I gave myself a little burn. Not too bad, I took it off relatively alright, relatively quickly, not super quickly, because I thought it was supposed to do that. But, yeah, definitely test patch. I have
Yeah,
sensitive
no,
skin.
absolutely. Do a test patch, make sure it's safe for you. And like the thing is, you have to do it you have to do a test patch every time cuz like you can become less like resilient to it over time.
Oh, and, the smell. The smell. Something that needs to be mentioned with Nair. If you don't like the smell of burning hair, this may not be the product for you.
Honestly, I personally feel that like laser hair removal is like the most practical way to go about it, but if you need like a quick like no, I just need it gone like at least once, like Nair can be a good option like a few times.
I personally like what was getting me by before the laser was the Philips One Blade and the Bronze Series 7. But like the problem with doing that long term is like the foil razor is still, even though it's like not a direct razor on your face, it's still, again, it's an abrasive thing that you're constantly putting against your face every day. And if you're like crazy about your beard shadow like I am, like it just like it's doing more damage to my skin overall. And like there's not enough lotion in the world to fix the amount of shaving that I have to do. So it's like
Right.
my only option is to get the laser, or I'm eventually going to just end up damaging my skin.
Hmm. Uh, so, Mello was trying to ask something in my chat for a bit. I had her message me on Discord. What they're saying is, what I've been trying to ask on YouTube is how many ways are there to do HRT? I plan to do pills, but what other ways are there? Um, so it depends on what's available in your area. There are, tablets that you simply swallow. That's oral HRT. I take, and I believe Rain also takes sublingual. That's they're tablets that you put under your tongue and you let dissolve. And then
That's correct.
also there is injection as well. If you're not squeamish about needles, that's something you can try. As well as I know Leica talks about using gel, and that's something you like lather on your skin. As far as if I'm not mistaken, and let absorb that way. There's also estrogen patches that kind of do a similar thing. That's all the ones that I'm aware of. Oh, and there's actually one more. Though I don't think it's available hardly anywhere. Some folks like especially if you're like near like, big cities, there are rare places where you can do an estrogen implant. They basically put a little pellet like in that slowly dissolves and that like does everything for like a month. But like that's like a weird like extra one that's probably not available everywhere.
I only know one person who does it. She loves it. She swears by it, but I'm happy with sublingual. I don't need anything else injected into me.
I think like I might want to try injections someday. Especially my girlfriend and I have talked about doing each other's injections. um,
Aw.
so like we might do that just for like the yearny part of it. But like, um, I've been really happy with sublingual estrogen, because that bypasses like liver filtration, which helps a lot. And it's a really easy thing to do if you can like keep up with taking all the estrogen like each day.
I personally love sublingual. I don't some people said that the taste is like a little chalky to them or they find the texture to be weird. I don't have that experience. I don't taste anything. I don't think the texture is weird at all. Uh I love it. I
I
don't know. I
guess
just like
I guess
For
that
me,
is
it's good.
true. I don't find that I mind it though.
No, if anything, it's like kind of like almost eating like a sweet tart in a way. Well, you're not eating it, right? You're not chewing on it, but
It's
it's like
weird.
almost the same
It's
kind of
very
texture.
slightly sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, like one of those like heart candies for Valentine's Day, though. Like that's what it reminds me of, but you're just letting it dissolve under your tongue.
Like I says,
I don't-
uriously injecting estrogen.
Ooh, I like the phrasing of that. That's so Yuri, brilliant. I love it.
Also, Anna says 2 types of injections: deep muscle tissue, which is huge needle, and fatty tissue, tiny needle. I didn't know that.
Oh, I've only had one deep muscle tissue injection in my life, and it was not a fun experience. It was in the military. Um,
Oh.
yeah, I won't go into the story, but we called the shot the peanut butter shot because
Oh.
of like that's what the medicine consistency felt like when it went inside of you.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was the
I
part that
can't
wasn't fun.
imagine that. Oh.
Yeah. So use your own imaginations there. I won't graphically describe it, but yeah, we called it the peanut butter shot.
Also, what Autumn is saying, one thing about estrogen though, you will probably need something to suppress testosterone for the estrogen to become the dominant hormone. That's true. I think Rain already mentioned being on what is it? Uh I forget what it. Then I'm blanking on the name all of a sudden. Your anti-androgen.
Oh, I don't know the name of it. I know what you're talking about. C Cipro? No, that's not it.
I know. I
I
was
don't.
just thinking of this earlier. Now I've blanked
Oh
on it.
my goodness, didn't we just talk about it?
Spiro.
Oh,
Spir-
Spear. Yep. God, and I'm on that medication too, and I'm
yeah,
blanking on it.
spironolactone blocks
Yep.
testosterone. Um, I was on finasterides. I was prescribed finasteride as my anti-androgen. It is weaker, but I was given that specifically for um, hair loss concerns because that was huge for me going into it, as I explained before. I now don't have to take finasteride anymore because of my bottom surgery, but that is something that you'll need to counteract testosterone as well while you're on estrogen. It's often just different types of pills that do different things. I know some
If
folks
you
are
get
on cyproterone acetate, I believe it is, and like that can be powerful, but also it does come with some risks with like malignant tumors eventually if you're on it for long enough.
Ooh, I'm gonna take a hard pass on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need any more health risks. I have enough as it is.
So yeah, like you mentioned having to like drink a lot of water because of the Spiro, and that's something I never had to experience. Funny.
If for anybody out there too, the reason why I almost forgot the name of like my own medication is if you have medication timers, don't be afraid to have fun with them. I've shown this a few times to people, but like my medication nicknames that come up on my timers are called Girl Magic and Boy Blocker.
There you go.
So like don't be afraid to have like some fun with it, right? Like make it cute, make it adorable, make it
Remember to take
you.
your antibiotics.
Yes, I might actually I might change mine from Boy Blocker to Antiboya. That's so good.
I completely stole that one from like internet memes, but yeah.
Oh, well, now I'm stealing it from you. Well, that's damn worth stealing. Oh, goodness. What? You were in the military? Oh, sorry, I'm nosy. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I was in the United States Marine Corps. I left the Marine Corps as a Lance Corporal, and I was an M1A1 Abrams tank mechanic, though that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to actually fix aircrafts and eventually become a pilot, but that just never panned out for me. I wasn't in the military for too long. I did my contract and I was done with it.
Autumn says the USA likes to prescribe spironolactone, even though the T blocking is an off-label use. It's blood pressure medicine. Oh.
Really? Oh, maybe that's why my blood pressure is always so good. I'm just kidding. It's always been fine.
But yeah, when you talk to a hormone doc, they should go over the probable changes and what to expect so you know if you really want to get into it and how. Yep.
Ironically, even though I haven't like worked out in 3 years, I went and did my checkup recently, and my doctor like listened to my heart, did my heart rate, and she's like, "Wow, did you used to be an athlete or something?" And I'm like, I used to work out a lot before the accident." She's like, "You got a really good heart." I guess it's still got like a really low resting rate or something.
Yeah, no, like mine's like usually been pretty good as well. I used to do a lot of DDR, which I think helped a bunch.
Oh, love that game.
And now I also like walk for a living in order to deliver mail. So like it's usually been doing pretty well. It's been going up like a little recently, I guess because like I have put on a lot of weight. But it's something I hope to fix here in the near future.
Oh, same. Yeah. I mean, well, that's part of my resolution too. Well, it's part of the whole get healthier thing. By the end of the year, I'd like to be closer to the ideal me I see in my head. And I think I can do it this year. I know it's only 2 years on the HRT, but I think by the end of this year, I'm going to be way, way happier.
You know, I kind of have a similar goal, though I'm like less concerned about mine. I think only because I've done it before and I'm like, oh yeah, like I could do this. But like, I don't know, here's hoping that like I don't, maybe the complacency might be bad, who knows?
So for me, I've done the workout. Like, so this is the part that scares me, right? Is like, I've done the exercise. I know exactly what I'm doing, right? Like I could sit down right now, work out a diet, do all the math, figure out all my calories. Like I've done all this, right? But the problem is I've never done it disabled. I've never tried to get into shape with literally one leg tied behind my back. Yeah. So, and that's the thing. So now I'm like basically relearning, like, how do you even go for like a casual walk, like a power walk in a wheelchair? So far, my only answer is go to the mall and do like circles in the mall because it's like the easiest place to roll around. Like streets are not convenient because like the pavement changes texture and some like asphalt is better than others. So you can't like, you don't pick up on these things when you're walking around because your feet doesn't care about that. But wheels do. They do care about things like that.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's weird. But you're thinking about it, right? Like next time you're out walking your route, look down at the sidewalk and how many bumps and like cracks you see and how uneven the pavement and the surface is you're walking. And it's totally fine for you because your feet like will naturally adjust to it. Like even inside of a shoe, right? It'll conform to that surface, but a tire won't.
No, right? Like, and like, I feel like I experienced that a tiny bit already because like there are just moments where like, you know, even just like a sidewalk tile, like one will be like raised slightly compared to the other one. And like, I'll heckin' like accidentally like bump the bottom of my shoe against like it and like almost trip. And like, I imagine you feel that like much more intensely.
You know what's insane too, and I never even like paid attention to this, but have you ever seen a tree uproot a sidewalk and like push the two? Yes. Like that's now like an impossible obstacle for me. Like before what was a minor inconvenience on your walk is now like, holy crap, like do I have to really cross the entire street to get around this thing?
Ah. Oh my gosh.
But I don't even think about these things when I go out. And then like people are like, well, Rain, why are you being so crazy like with like this preparation kit for going out? It's like, you never know. I just want to say there's nothing wrong with your body. You are as good as you look. I had to learn this the hard way, Craig. That is beautifully said. And I agree with you. It's a little harder to just like immediately do that for like my situation because like well, there is some like loss of function. Like my left foot doesn't exactly cooperate with me the best. But I've over time since the accident have learned to appreciate my body for what it is and what it can do for me. And I can do a lot for me still. I've just had to learn.
Yeah, and then I've noticed my chat, like Leica is saying I'm perfectly fine with weight gain for like that side of it. I like being squishy, and Autumn replying, yeah, I'm squishy and I give soft hugs now. Like, I think that's definitely another like plus side of it. Like, you could be very, like, there's a lot to appreciate about uh your body, like even like before like doing all these like uh weight changes and what have you. There's a lot to be comfy about even before you like try to change too much.
I'm trying to get to that place because like I do want to be happy with all aspects of my body.
Hmm.
I think just like learning those like new habits, at least for me in my specific situation, anybody else who like has any kind of disability, physical disability that holds them back. I think like if you're like me in the situation and you're like going out and actually going through the experience and relearning it again, the new way will be the inspiration you need. I found that out. Like what I was doing before was like psyching myself out about it and not even trying. And I found even just trying and struggling a little bit brings more positivity than not doing it at all.
Yeah, no, like you can do what you can do like what is within your power to adjust things to fit your own comfort, and then like even just like making that effort, I feel can make you appreciate everything else that you have all the more.
I I've gotten to the point too, and I never thought I'd say something like this. But like one thing that has clicked with me recently, and this like kind of clicked with me as I'm buying like the spare tube and stuff like that, and I'm like, wow, this is just like my bicycle. So
Mhm.
like in effect, really my wheelchair is not a wheelchair, right? I could think of it more like a bicycle. And that's kind of where my mentality is now is well, I might not ever be able to ride a bicycle again, but this is not exactly too different, right?
Yeah,
That's at least what I'm going for.
like you're working like within the means that you have at this point, it sounds like.
I'm finding it more and more fun to go out. I'm finding it more enjoyable to use the wheelchair. The
Mhm.
confidence is building.
Absolutely. Also, I love Autumn's comment. You might say there's a plus side to plus size. That's great.
Ooh, I do like that. I guess, like, if we're gonna tie it back to transitioning, like, you can almost take that same thing, like, that same mentality, though. Like, over time, you like, just trying and getting yourself out there will be a more positive experience than not doing it at all.
No, absolutely. Like whenever you're transitioning, you're approaching it from so many angles. Like there's the body chemistry thing with being on HRT, which has a ton of positive changes. That's like one of the easiest things to see. But then there's also like a bunch of social and emotional changes that you like also need to work on. Like you're building an entire life and you're like catching back up with basically like, starting from page 1, trying to figure out how to do everything.
You know, my mom actually brought something up similar to that because like, I was lamenting to her, and I'm like, in a lot of ways, not just with the transition, right? But like in a lot of ways in my life, I've had to start completely over from zero again. And she like the one thing that she reminded me, because I was just like, I don't know, like this, like I can't believe I've got to do all this work all over again. And she's like, but you have the experience now, right? Not many people get an opportunity to have a second chance. So use what you learned in the past to like build that proper future for yourself.
Absolutely, absolutely. And like you can still work towards goals, and then while you're waiting for certain milestones to happen, work on other facets of your life that help like, again, like mental health is critically important. Like we get lost in needing to hustle, and like it's tough out there these days, but like you have to take time to like take care of yourself, like just mentally too.
Yes, yes. As a content creator, as somebody who's constantly like on the go with like their content, trying to be on stream all the time, right? Constantly working with multiple people, having like, even I have to like take like, and I haven't been, right? But like, even I've learned the important lesson. I have to take the weekends off. I have to stop at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And give myself the break so that I can continue to do this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Seville said, if only America had good biking legs like the Netherlands. I wish.
I wish too. I visited Canada for like a moment in a place that had actual like subway and uh like public transit, and I'm like, like it still wasn't great, but it was leagues better than what I was used to.
I would just appreciate, like, if we would just stop with the whole share the road thing and just make proper bike lanes everywhere. Like, can we just end that? Like, we don't need to share the road. Like, why don't we just split the road? And then everybody has their own space.
Mm-hmm. Like the Netherlands got it right. They separated the bike and the driving paths.
So like that was the problem. Like the street that I was on a official bike trail, but like the problem is that like the road doesn't have a actual bike path on it. It doesn't even have a yellow line on it for like both sides of the traffic. It was literally one of those share the roads, wink wink, nudge
Oh
nudge,
no.
like kind of setups. You know what I'm talking about though, right? I'm sure as
Yeah.
like in your field of work you've seen those kind of streets. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not
I
a great
know.
setup.
Like like I feel like most folks that are on Fetty or even just like neurodivergent enough, like this could be like an entire other topic.
Oh, I mean, we probably could do a whole stream about it.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Greg says, I see it as everything is projection. I take in all the good and the bad from people and learn to forgive them. Sorry not to go to sound like a lecture. No, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, even if, and I've had to do this a couple of times recently, like moving on in my life, because there have been people in my life that have not accepted my transition. And I think you kind of bring up an important point, right? I don't want to hate those people, right? Even if the experiences with them are bad, we've moved on from it. I don't need to continue hating them for it. In a sense, I forgive them for like those experiences. So I see what you're trying to say there.
I suppose one question I do have, still being relatively new to transitioning yourself, I'm wondering, we talked about it a little bit personally, but what do you have as far as goals go, as far as like what operations you might get?
So as far as I'm concerned, and I do want to get some form of bottom surgery, but I brought it up a couple of times to you and a few others that my primary concern about something like that is the fact that I am an ambulatory wheelchair user, and I do spend a majority of my time sitting and laying down. And it's the aftercare of that procedure and the physical therapy that I'd have to go through preceding it that is the biggest concern for me. So as far as like a long-term goal is, I would very much like to at some point get to a place where I could have some kind of bottom surgery, but I still need to do all the research, see what options are available to me, what the different types of physical therapy look like for that. Is it the type of physical therapy I can perform with my physical limitations? So unfortunately, like for someone like me, it becomes a lot, like it quickly becomes a much deeper rabbit hole, but I if you're asking me for a goal, at some point within maybe the next 2 to 3 years, I would like to get a bottom surgery, but I'm not even sure if that's in the cards or not, realistically.
Yeah, no, in your situation, it's definitely gonna be a task to navigate, I'm sure. Um, and yeah, that could be just what it is, their goals. Um, it does
I can
sound like for reference, I got the full bottom surgery, but they do have options where like you don't even get a you don't even get a canal, like, and that is a lot less maintenance. It might be worth it considering.
and that's like and those are like the little nuances that I really I will be spending like a lot of time with like surgical consultants talking about that kind of stuff because at the end of the day, right, the worst thing I could possibly do is get a medical procedure that doesn't align with what works with my body, and then we have complications for the rest of my life. Um,
Right, right.
yeah, that's my biggest fear there.
And I guess for my own part, like I said, I've already gotten like hair transplants. I've gotten bottom and top surgery. I'm currently in the process of seeing if I can't get a revision to my top surgery because like I couldn't get the full size that I wanted. Uh because like there was a limit to how much like the skin can stretch. So like we had to wait a year before I could get that. So I'm currently looking at getting that. And the last one that I'm considering again is like the only like other major source of dysphoria I have is usually like around my like jaw and like brow area. So I'm considering facial feminization. I'm not entirely sure how practical it's going to be able to get that, especially here in America right now. But like, heck, I'm going to try.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait like for like those like smaller ones, like the laser, like the hair removal for the laser, that makes a ton of sense, right? But like with I'm gonna wait until I'm like right around your transition timeline to start making decisions like that because I don't know if the HRT might fix my jawline or not. And if it doesn't, then I can consider something like that. That's at least where my head's at.
Yeah, I originally ended up going for I did like the hair transplants first because like that was gonna be non-negotiable. Like I did that like as I came out pretty much. And then I decided to do the bottom surgery first because I wanted to wait to see what HRT would maybe do on the top side. And like there are girls that like experience like chest growth after like several years, but like it still wasn't like as much as I would have liked, still self-conscious about it. So I ended up getting that next. And like the one that I've been waiting longest on has been the face. And it's something that like it does from what I hear it does change slightly like with HRT over time, but it takes several years and the changes are very, very slight.
So something to mention, this was a misnomer that I had going into HRT, and this is just because of my sister's specific reaction to her HRT. I thought that HRT is going to just make your chest huge. But she's the exception. That's not the rule. I didn't know that though, because she's the trans person I've had the most experience with prior to transitioning.
Yeah, it's funny because like, it really is different like girl to girl. Like the best thing that I could say is like it does act differently on everybody, and the best indicator that you have on how it's going to go for you is like anyone that's watching is you have to look at, a woman in your life that is like related to you, so often like your mother, and what you can expect will often line up with, vaguely like your mother because like you share genes, and it's probably not going to quite go to that far, but like that's the best template you can use to gauge like what's going to happen.
I I've been doing something similar recently, but my mom actually mentioned to me that I looked more like one of my aunts on my father's side, and I'm not really familiar with like my father's side of the family, so she showed me a picture, and I was like, "Oh, Oh my gosh, actually, you're kind of right. Like that does look very much like me. But I could definitely relate to that. I actually like that look. So if I do end up looking like her, I will be very happy with that.
Yeah, and like I guess in that case you probably got those specific like genetic details like from your dad.
It's so weird, but like before people used to say, "Wow, you look just like your dad," and now nobody ever says that about me anymore. It's so funny. I love it though.
It is like for me, I literally had a situation where I went from looking kind of like my dad to now 4 years in HRT I look kind of like my mom.
That's kind of how I feel. Nobody's mentioned it to me yet, but I feel like I look more similar to my mother now.
Hmm. Autumn, there's a meme that everyone has a genetic encoded chest size, and you can only find out yours by going on HRT. Yep.
Oh God, I can't. I still haven't figured mine out. I think it's still going. It's been a year. It's still sore. I don't know. Like, I guess that's normal, but it's like I kind of thought by now it would have stopped.
uh, Maddie asking, just making sure hips do grow with HRT, right? They do. Like, there is a very, very slight widening of like the hip bones, but then the majority of what you'll experience on that front is after you gain some weight, and some of it will be placed like on your hips.
I'm looking forward to that. Like, I definitely want the more hourglass shape, but I want to lose the weight too. So it's like I'm kind of stuck in the middle there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like at least the way I went about it is like I was early on HRT and I ended up losing a bunch of weight in like 2023-ish because like I went on like a keto diet for several months. I like lost 100 pounds. Um,
Oh wow!
and then
Congratulations.
oh, thank you. And then like recently I've gone back up to where like my weight used to be like before I started keto, but since I've been like 4 years on HRT almost, like that weight all got put on areas that are now much more feminine. So it's like my body caught up. It just needed material to build with.
I mean, that's see, that's the thing that's making me a little worried about like trying to go on like get really thin right now because like what if I'm still doing that and I didn't realize it? Because like
Well, and
I don't know.
like we talked about before, transition is not a linear process. Like, it might just be that losing a bunch of weight might help, like, reduce some of the old stores of body fat you had that were in more masculine places.
Oh,
A-
that's true. I didn't even think about that.
And then when you gain weight again, like maybe some other point down in the future, it'll start being placed in the more feminine spots.
You know
You
what?
you will have to
Yeah.
gain weight at some point in order to actually like get like the body fat redistribution that's often like on HRT.
All right. You know what? I'm just. You know what? I'll just go for the middling approach. We'll just see where I land. There you go. Can't go wrong with that. I personally am thinking about wrapping up soon. For anybody
Fair
that's
enough.
in my chat, I just want to make sure that I got to everybody's question. I know there was a lot going on. There was a lot of memberships coming through at one point, and a lot of like super head pats were coming in. So if I missed anything from earlier, I didn't address somebody's question, or you wanted me, like you wanted us to go over anything, this would be a pretty good time. And also, I just want to give a heads up to anybody who's in my chat and watching my stream. When I end this stream, it will redirect to Lian's stream. She's going to be continuing after this. I believe you're going to be doing Baba Is You.
Yes, I am.
So anybody who wants to watch that or hasn't ever played that game and doesn't know what it is, definitely go watch it because it's a super fun puzzle game.
It's a mind bender for sure. It's gonna be a lot of staring at this lizard trying to figure out what words to put together to do confusing things.
The whole game, the whole experience is cute. I just love it. I gotta play that
Absolutely.
game. I'm gonna be so bad at it though. Like you think you're bad, like you just wait till you watch me play it.
I don't even necessarily feel like I'm bad, but it does take like some time to figure out like the the heckin' logic behind everything.
Wait, what's really bad about me is like I don't pay attention to chat when I'm problem solving, so people will be screaming the answer at me, like losing their mind. Because they're like, Rain, it's right there in front of your face. And I'll be like, where is it? I can't see it. I don't know the answer.
I often have folks like trying to like gently hint me towards the right spot, and oftentimes like my playthrough of Baba Is You so far has been like infamous for like me like accidentally taking hints in completely the wrong direction.
Oh goodness. Oh, I can't wait to try it though. Also in Celeste, you got me Celeste too. I can't wait to play that on live
Yes,
stream.
yes.
I'm
Absolutely.
looking forward to that.
Celeste is so much fun.
I'm warming up to my platforming by doing Terraria first, which seems like the harder platformer to do.
Yeah, no, that's certainly a choice. I'd probably say Celeste has probably got like the tighter controls and like a more gradual learning curve.
So the reason why I wanted to go with something jankier is because like when I do get to something that has a better control scheme, I'm hoping I go, oh, this feels so much better, right?
Oh, true, true.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see how that plays out for me.
Aw.
It looks like I think we got to pretty much everybody's comments on my side. I'm not seeing too much more on my side of the chat. So I did want to just take a minute to just thank everybody who came in to my side of the live stream today and who spent a lot of time with me and Lian asking questions and just having a good time with us. And I especially do want to say a thank you to everybody who gifted memberships to everybody in the chat today, who sent super head pats. All of that stuff is really, really, really supportive. Also, don't forget my friend Lian. She does have a Ko-Fi. So, you know, she doesn't have super chats and super head pats turned on for her channel yet, but you can still go check out all her art and everything there. I'll drop a link in my chat right before I go, so that you can check out her art gallery.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been so much fun.
This has been a blast. We've got to do this more frequently. We let too many months span the last time, so I'm hoping we get this set back up hopefully soon-ish.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely down for it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to end my stream. I'm not going to be doing a follow-up chat this time for anybody who's on my stream. So anybody who's here, just remember, you're going to get redirected back over to Lian's stream once I go here.
All right, thank you so much for having me. And take care. I can't wait to hang out with y'all again.
Same to you. Thank you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. Gonna end the call there. Hi. Hello, everybody. We're going back to my usual hangout screen. I'm gonna try to catch up with chat for a little bit. I know I haven't been able to read every single message while we were talking, but I tried to catch the questions here and there. I did notice we had a Sophie X Heart come in. What's good? How we doing? We're doing good. And hi, Buckethead Magnet Shroom, I guess. Are you open for VTuber/PNGTuber commissions? I design models and stream assets. I appreciate the offer, though I think that's okay. At least for now, a lot of what I'm trying to do with my own art and assets and stuff. If that ever changes, I may reach back out, but I do appreciate the offer. Alright, I gotta clean up things here. There we go. I've been chatting away more often. Heck yeah. Racing for a bunch of new cuties or something spawned in the chat. Yeah, no, I just got the message saying Rain's chat has come in. Hey, anyone that's lurking and hangs or isn't usually hanging out here. I appreciate you all coming in. Descends into chat. I have arrived. Hey, Anna. I hope things are going well. Your PNGTuber/Sona reminds me of the art style of an RPG game whose name I've forgotten. Oh. I have been thinking of drawing a new model at some point, but it is something that I've been trying to catch up with a bunch of other tasks on too. Your art style is amazing, though. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Hello, meow. Hello. I don't even know where to begin with that name. Versolb. Yeah, no. So for those that are coming in from range chat, we usually just hang out. Typically, it's been Sundays and Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern to play whatever game I happen to be working on at that time. Right now, it's Baba Is You, which is starting out to be a much longer ordeal than it I was used to previously. Let me get the game set up here so that I can go ahead and get started. This is not going to be as long of a stream day like for Baba Is You that I'm used to doing. I'm used to doing the whole like 6-hour stream on whatever game I'm playing, but I wanted to spend some time talking to Rain. And I think that was totally fun, and I'm so glad I did that. Epic Fantasy something something 5. I've heard of Epic Fantasy, but I have not actually like played it. I think I had a brother that used to play it. Yeah, Peanuts, absolutely. I like Peanuts. Alright, let's put the music down to the side, and we're gonna go ahead and get started in the game proper. Yup. So I will need to take a break here in a moment. But I wanted to give the folks that are just tuning in here. Let's see here. I already did flag as level. I think I did. I might have done almost everything that's here. I'm not sure. Oh well, we'll go back in here. I know I was working on stuff in here. And we're at a space now where even the level select is hecking like puzzles. That was one weird Baba Is You level. Song requests? I was just playing some like royalty-free stuff in the background while we were chatting with Rain. At this point though, it is the Baba Is You soundtrack. Hello, Lian and Lian's chat. Hope you're not intruding. You're not intruding. Thank you so much for dropping by. Voice is really pretty. Oh, thank you so much. Oh. So... Oh, hold on. Okay, so I remember from last time, there's this weird mechanic where, like, you can turn levels into other things. So, like, at this point, there's 2 of the levels here that got turned into Baba. That I'm realizing I now have to, like, figure out. Oh, dear. Was it this level? This Baba level? Oh, yes, it was. Okay. So, I need to say level is flag, because flag is pushing open. Okay. And that should let me actually, like, open the levels to get out. Alright. Oh, dear. We've gotten to the point where I literally have no idea what's going on in the game. Mood. So I've solved this level before, but I think I need to solve it in a different way. Possibly? Okay, so... I think I need to send the word flag down the corridor here and have it stop in time just to get to put the level is down onto it. Okay. So in order to do that, we need to say text is shift and flag is shift. Yeah, I gotta say text is shift first to move the flag around. There we go. Now I need to change this so that they're both on top of each other. And then I need to turn them both to be shift at the same time. There we go. That should send it off that way. Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work. I need to put flag over there, not win. Oh dear. Hello, hello, Gray still plays the goat. I hope things are going well. If anyone is not familiar with, or if there's anyone from Rain's chat not familiar with this game, then it's going to be a very strange introduction. Yeah, that's right, ones and zeros. Also, yeah, Lian introduced me to Rain? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that did happen. Oh, I think I know how I can do this. Okay. So I need to set it up so that... Actually, I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh, whoops. I accidentally turned all the text into flags for a moment. I do this. Whoops. How am I gonna get the flag word over there? Hey, sorry if I forget the names. Brain size, memory brain. No, you're good. Huh. Oh, how in the world am I gonna get flag over there? Because I'm pretty sure I need to say level is flag. That's gonna kick us out of the level and turn the level into a flag that I can then use on the level select that's up here. Lian, I think I figured it out. Go for it, Maddie. How will I get both? Wait, am I able to... Huh. Wait, are you able to push level is into the first downward hole bit? I don't think so. Because the problem is... level is next to the wall. So... I don't really have a way of freeing level from the wall. It'd be easier if I just restarted at this rate. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. You know, it's so weird. You can technically win the level and then, like, not really, you know, get anything done. Because, like, you still need to do other stuff. But yeah, like, this level here is, kind of stuck to the wall. I can't really move it off the wall. That's the tough part. Maddie harnessing 110% of her brain to solve this level. I think folks were looking at this one with like some notoriety. Win is not win. Absolutely, that's what we've come to learn. Winning is not winning. Let's see. So like, I think I somehow have to get flagged to end up right here. And I don't think I can like retrieve like the Baba here. Because then like the lava becomes too big of an issue. It possible. I could say flag is text. Oh, wait, no, that's it. Okay. I just realized. Okay. I think I just realized, because like I can send the flag over there and then I can turn the flag into text. Okay, so I need to do what I did earlier. Just with, turning the flag into text afterwards. Oh, I need it the other way around. There we go. Now flag is... Oh no, flag is flag! I can't make it into text! Oh no. Oh, that doesn't help, actually. Why is my brain not able to figure out a single level? Your brain is doing fine, Maddie. Baba is you is just making things inordinately difficult. Oh my gosh. Wait, how do I do this then? Do I have enough words if I do text is shift is flag win? Chompsibly, if I... Okay. If I put flag at the front, and then I say text is shift afterwards. Yeah, it's a hard puzzle game even for nerds like me. You know, this has really been brain busters for me. I've really had to, like, stretch my noodle. Hold on. Excuse me. I can shift the lava around. That would have made things so much easier before. There we go. Okay. So now I can push flag right there. Okay. Level is flag. Haha. Now I can open these doors. Now I can access level 7. Rainbow Vine. Butterite asks Maddie, by the way, Maddie, how do you feel about being an African hound? Oh, is this for the drawings you were talking about doing the other day? I've never heard of that, about that dog breed. I don't know many dog breeds. Also, Lian reading that out of context is gonna be funny. I suppose. Oh, okay. Belt is shift. Flag is win. Me is fall and open. So I need to get the me over there. It's not just as simple as this, is it? Like, surely it isn't. Well, like, I don't exactly have other... Oh. Hedge near Baba is more. Oh my gosh. Okay. The information says you have 600 subscribers? Yo! Oh my gosh! 600! My goodness! I see. Okay. So that's the kicker. Is I need to be able to be near this hedge enough to be able to grow the hedge. The number has been on the brink for so long, it was killing me. Aww. I don't know how to grow the hedge properly in order to get this to work. Let's see here. I imagine I have to do this in a very particular order. Owie. Okay. Does it, like, overtake text? Oh. Just for the sake of argument, let's try to figure out what this is. Oh, dang, okay. How do I set this up? Hiya, cuties! The cuties only just arrived. Obviously. Actually, you're all cuties. How do I get the growing hedge to go around the turn properly? Everyone is a cutie but me. No, Lian, we? Not we, you. Impossible. First, second, and third person form of we. Wow, Lian, it's been forever. We should hang out sometime. You know, it's been a while, Rain. Well, we should set up another time. Oh my goodness. Rain, earlier I sent you the evidence of the Lian cutie case. It's evidence that I can. It heckin' proves my innocence. How in the world am I gonna grow this hedge? Like, obviously I need to grow the hedge. Oh, you two could even do a stream together. Yeah. Do you ever think Lian and Rain will ever collab someday? It's been a long time. Set this up. That'd be so awesome. Could you imagine what that'd be like? Hi, Hope. How's it doing? Or how's it going, rather? I don't know why I said it like that. We all made the exact same joke. It works. So if I go... Okay, I think I got it, actually. Do I even need the other boulder there to just do that? Oh, no, I do. Okay. I need that boulder there to block so that it doesn't, like, keep growing inappropriately. There we go. So that helps it in that regard. Okay. Now, if I could probably do something like this. Oh, I need to make it go up a little more. I think I need that boulder to not be in the way, actually. I don't think I need either of these. I think that works. There we go. I don't know what I needed the other two boulders for. Just subbed right now. Thank you, Dark Raven. I appreciate that. Level number 8, Mutual Feelings. Our government trying to put easy way to block any game they don't want. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh. Congrats on 600 subs. Thank you. Baba is push. Baba loves flag. Love is telly. Flag is win. Oh, well, I win the level. Okay, bye. Except I can't do anything new here. And I saw a level is thing. So, like, the easiest thing I could do... Oh, that's funny. I can push the level out of the way. I could just say level is win. I could just decide to win. That doesn't do anything different. I could say level is Baba, that should give me control. There we go. Ghost and Baba is you. I can't move past that without destroying Baba is you. Umstitov. Baba is assimilating all the levels. You're right. Well, what else can I turn the level into? I feel like the love is tele is supposed to do something. I could say the level is flag, but then I don't have anything to push the flag around. Can you push it around the screen? Will it loop? I'm not sure. I don't think it will. I think you can just keep going forever off to the side. Oh yeah, it does. It just stops. Okay, oh wait, I could turn it into a flag. And that would let me open this area. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to be able to get past the, It's like... You're supposed to be able to get, like, it feels like you should be able to get up to, level 9 up there in the upper left. What cramp? Oh no, I'm sorry, Maddie. But in order to get up there... So, like, I could open this door. I could get both the Babas in here, but then that doesn't help me much. Is there any other levels here that had a different, like, level thing? Nope, that wasn't one. Yeah, there's no level thing here. Okay. Oh, wait, I can start pushing text over. Okay. That could be how I, like, get it. Okay. Which also means I need to turn this level into a flag. Now I'm pretty sure I know what I need to do. Level is flag. Oh, whoops. I need to not mess with the flag there. Okay, so that takes care of... Oh wait, no, text is float! I can't use the text to sync! Oh no. Oh no. That doesn't work the way I was hoping. No, I wasted my healing spell. Aw. Heccin gets rid of the cursor too. Can I, like, do anything? No. Okay. What if it means the healing spell worked, though? Maybe it was just instant. Yeah, no, I can't sync the text. Oh, wait, I think I maybe have an idea. Can't believe the levels are levels now. I don't... Oh, wait, no. Level is push. So if I could sync the levels, that might help. What Wait, what happens if level is tele? Maybe. Is that something I can do? Hold on. Oh wait, no, it's on the wall. I can't retrieve it. Okay. I'm really not sure where else I'm supposed to go other than opening these two doors. And then I could say... Oh, wait. Okay. Never mind. Oh, wait. Yes, mind. I can't move and open. So, like, level is push. I can push the levels around now. That doesn't necessarily get me anything. I'm stiff. Can't say level is flag because level is level. Level can't be changed. Yeah, that's what I thought. And to step up my outfit game, I really need to get more clothes. Hmm. I might be stuck. Is there something that having an extra Baba would help with? I can't just say number is flag, can I? No, that doesn't work. Could you get level and a Baba using the teleportation in level, maybe? Oh. That might do it. Right, I could probably make it both flag and Baba. Except it pushes it out of the way. Can you say number is fun? Number is fun. If I say Baba is push. I could say flag is push. I could even push flag on top of Baba. Like the items. Doesn't help much here. How can we actually like stack things again? Because surely I could do Baba is flag and Baba is level at the same time. What if instead of ears, those things on Baba's sides are actually legs and she walks around like a centipede? Like a lopsided centipede. Oh wait, I could say Baba. Okay, this is probably how I could do it. If I can do Baba is Tele. I can't move Love. Oh, I can do Baba is Tele, but... Okay, hold on. I need to move Flag off of Baba first. And I need to move Flag onto one of those. Love is win. Love is win. There's gonna be a lot of teleporting noises for a sec. Apologies. Oh my goodness. Ah! There we go. I think if I set it up this way... Okay, hold on. I think I've almost got this. Let's get Baba off the thing now. Oh, gee, good grief. Baba doing the side shuffles? Ugh. Alright. Careful, if the Babas collide, it might form a black hole. I think I'm misunderstanding this slightly. I think if I put that on the Baba... There we go. Now Baba and Flag are the same thing. Oh my gosh. There we go. Level is Baba and Flag. We got it. So now... I Well... Hold on. Was Avalanche able to become anything else? Is there a flag thing in here? I can make level into cliff, maybe. That's the only other subject that's in here. You know the game where you have to jump from one side of the line to the other repeatedly? Bob would be the master at that game. It can teleport. I know most people would think this is insane, but I'd love to be able to pop my head inside of a black hole and take a look. See on the other side of the event horizon. I mean, to be fair, Rain, you literally see nothing. The singularity in the black hole is in the future, so you wouldn't even be able to see that. I want to be able to see them. So, like, I could put stuff here, maybe. That doesn't give me much, though. Well, actually, hold on. I think I just realized what I need to do. I need to open that door. Use the bob on this side to open that door. Then I need to say, level is push. And then, once I say level is push, I can now sacrifice the levels to the water. Haha. We have solved the puzzle to get to level 9. Delicate stars. There's a lot of rules here. What? Neon box is star. Star is star and melt and open. Water is sink. Why is water green? Box is box and hot. The star melts. And me stepping on a box turns into a star, which melts. While I stop, door is shut. I need to disable. I need to get a star. Alright, well, first, I need to disable the me on box's star thing. I could say star is pull. Me is you. So, like, I'm now able to pull a star. Me on the box is Oh? Phew. Sisyphus is happy. We need 2 blocks to do Sisyphus. Or I guess you could spell it out with letters. Or I could talk about black holes. My goodness. I think it's kind of bonkers that scientists use math and determine that black holes are giant spheres of space-time bending nonsense that casually exist in the universe. I guess, yeah. Congratulations, you solved the puzzle. Your reward, more puzzles. Smile. Papa is you in a nutshell? Yeah. It's the universe dividing by 0. Seriously. If you want to know something scarier than a black hole looking to vacuum decay physics. What? I have not heard about that. I'm gonna go over there exactly 1 time. So for that one, I could say boxes push. Hi, Lian. How was the rest of the stream with Rain? It was fun. I love talking with her. I want to say boxes push. There we go. Now I want to say star. Huh. I can't say star on me is pull, can I? I think I just tried that with the box and that didn't work. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. Thing is, black holes also have a theory to break down information, which means it turns banana to not banana. Oh my gosh, Papa is using a black hole. Scientist, I should plug infinity in this equation, see what happens. Oh my god. The math behind general relativity is cool and very headache-inducing. Yep. Banana is empty. Let's see here. Hey, is this a PNGTuber? Yes, it is one that I drew. Hey, Zoe Lee. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, what the heck do I do? I could, like... I need to have this, like... So, I have to... What is my end goal? I guess I eventually want to say boxes win. Because I need the stars to open the doors. Let's try to solve the other side real quick. If we say boxes pull. And then I can say boxes push. Oh. Oh, okay. It's star, right, right, it's star that's open. So... Huh. I don't think that works either. Wait, if I say star is pull, then I say the box on me is push. There we go. And now I can go patooey. Okay. So now that just... I think I maybe need to say the same thing. Okay, that's interesting. I have to set it up differently. I think I have to say star on me is pull, whereas box is push. There we go. And then I can say star is push afterwards. That opens that door. I can say water is no longer sink. I can now go over here, pull out the win. I can say box is win. Tap on the box and I win. Okay. Huzzah! Alright, so I think with that, I am going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I have to message Lily for a little bit, and I got to get freshened back up. So, I'm going to take maybe 10-15 minutes. Thank you all again for everybody from Mainstream that has dropped by. I will be back shortly in order to continue Baba Is You. Wah! Oh, baby! Okay. Sorry for that wait there. I had to be there for Lily for a little bit. I'm sure we had some fun facts with Maddie that I need to catch up on. Boom. Alright. Fun fact number 1. Oysters have eyes for some reason. They have multiple rows of eyes lining the inside of their shell just on the rims so they can't see if they're closed. That seems counterproductive. But if that's the case, suddenly the one enemy from the, water temple in Ocarina of Time suddenly makes a lot more sense. Hope went to bed? Good night, Hope. You probably already got, EP at this point, but, just in case you see this later. Fact number 2, natural wood is separated into 2 categories, hardwood and softwood. Softwood is cheap and grows quickly, while hardwood is hard, expensive, and takes a long time to grow. Yeah, that makes sense. Fun fact number 3, a deadly disease I can't remember the name of was actually cured when a doctor in medieval times thought milk maidens never caught it because they had cowpox. So cowpox is used as a vaccine. Oh. Oh, it looks like YouTube might have eaten fun fact number 3. Ah. Hope Lily's doing okay. She's needing to recover at the moment. She's doing her best. So if I ever have to, like, take a pause from stream in order to, talk with her, that's why. Hi, Firefly! We're going on to level meta 10. Just no. Not. What? Oh. Why are the rocks so, like, red? Huh? What have you done since last stream? Not a ton. The first part of stream, I was talking with a friend of mine about transition stuff. I believe Rain might still be in the chat now. But besides that, we got a few more levels done on this meta segment. Skull is defeat and not you. The whole, like, monochrome and red color scheme is kind of intense, not gonna lie. So... is this, like, contrasting, like, double negatives thing? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, so we get double negatives. Gotcha. Okay. Why do we have rocks? In Izat World again? Apparently, with that weird shade. This level is funny. So, like... hold on. I feel like I don't have enough, like, stuff here. I'm wondering if there's another, like, hide thing. I'm just not seeing. Nope, no hides. Okay. What if we don't do the double negative thing? Wait, wasn't that an odd number of knots? Okay, yeah, so that's what I thought. It is not times 5 plus 84 minus 92 to the third power plus 2 plus 8 plus 67 cute. Try denying that one, cutie. Oh boy. Why are you making me do math? Good grief. Okay. So, hold on. It's a fraction due to 2 divided by 8 PEMDAS. No, Maddie, they're right. Non-calculator exam. Do you really want me to sit here for like 15 minutes trying to do it by hand? I could, but I don't think that would make for good stream material. Can't do 92 cubed in my head. I could probably do it eventually, but I would like I would be sitting here forever trying to like math it out. You don't know 92 cubed off the top of your head? Oh my gosh. Lian is 6'7", you and Leah, cutie pie. What? Doesn't really matter if you can do 92 cubed or not, since it's modulo 2. True, I suppose. I guess regardless, that's like an even segment. That's true. So like 89, 70. Well, it's like, we gotta get the PEMDAS in there, because otherwise we're working with fractionals, and, like, hecking not in, like, double negative stuff is, like, it doesn't work with fractions. Oh, wait. That's why we have the boulders. Right, okay. So. I don't have an easy way to... sensitive. I think I have to give myself something to heckin' hit against. I think that's enough. Whoops. There we go. Level is Baba. There we go. But you're right, this changes everything. Oh no, math unrelated to the slope of the tangent line. I wasn't trained for this. Oh no. I'm gonna be real, I just typed in random numbers. I don't even know the right answer. Maddie didn't even check at the question she was writing. There's a Baba's U level pack called Fractional Knot, I think, which introduces fractional knots. What? So you need to do stuff like skull is 1/4 knot, 1/2 knot, 1/4 knot, defeat. Oh my gosh. Why math? Alright, so... I don't know what that does for us. Now we have access to cursor is. The next level is down next to the ghost. So presumably that's the next place we can go. But I need another flag. Initiative. Huh, I wonder why levels connect with walls. I suppose, actually, with 3 Babas now. I could sacrifice the Babas without having to push levels around. And I suppose now, that also means I could take the flag all the way over here. I could turn the cursor into a flag. So... I don't have a way to choose a level, but like, I have an extra flag. It seems counterproductive. Now I need to, okay, I need to get this back over here. Let's say flag is cursor. I need to get my cursor back. There we go. Acrobatics. Text near Baba is not fall. Text near Keke is not fall. Oh dear. Is cursor cursed? Oh my gosh. Lian is not times integral of 2 over pi to the 1/2 times e to the negative 1/2 times x squared. Cute. Y'all are gonna send me back to like calculus and in order to answer these things. What? Ices melt in defeat. Oh, I need to heccin. Okay. Oh no. Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh my gosh. Huh? Hold on. Okay, I need to... Okay, hold on. Hold up. Ah! Okay, now the text can like fall. That was funny. Okay. All right. Is cursor cursed, or does it curse other individuals? I don't know. Used all my MP on that spell. Wait, hold the phone. I can actually do this one. Butteride, my savior. Isn't that just an indefinite integral? It doesn't even produce a value? Oh, specifically the integral over the whole real line. I forgot the bounds. I cast the spell wrong. This is so sad. Oh no! Wait, where are the A and B values? I'm so sad. I thought I could actually do this. Oh, we get the heck of math majors in here. A and B are minus and plus infinities. Oh no. It's actually quite hard to prove the result with only undergrad calc. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know if I was ever taught those. Then a 12, Tangle. Lava is hot. Oh, we have level. Oh. Water is defeat. Okay. Level is melt. Oh no. Okay. Well, water isn't water, so... mean, I could just win the level by just doing this, so we're just gonna get that out of the way. Math was my one terrible subject. I liked math. I only ever got as far as, I think, like, calculus, I think. I started doing, like, sines and cosines and stuff, and that's about when I, like, dropped out of school. We should give Lian an English exam next. Wait, can I just say this? Oh, we don't have, like, a cursor to select the level. Pompeii all over again? Oh, no. So... I could say... Hold up. I wonder if I could say, level is melt and float. The level is floating. Except once I do that, it's all over. I can turn the level into a flag for jumps. Except the melt happens first. Dang. So float seems like the one. Oh, I see, okay. The flag is pushed. I can retrieve Baba. No. I can't quite do that. I could turn level into Baba. No, lava is lava, so that doesn't work. Dang. Boba. Gotta send another quick message out. Here we go. No. Like, I could turn Baba into lava, but that doesn't do anything for me. Constitutive. Math and computer science were my only two good subjects. I'm better about English stuff these days. But like, I was more logic brain. So I liked math. I've been doing well on all my math subjects except for calculus, actually. Number theory and probability theory have been cool so far. Yo. I wish I was able to, like, stay in school. Like, the ADHD and, like, autism really, like, beamed me. I would have liked learning more. I'll be eternally grateful that I'll have a kind of brain that takes to school easily. I'd be screwed if I actually had to put in effort. Right? I mean, like, I hated the dealing with, like, trying to deal with, like, getting good grades, but, like, I actively did like learning things. I love both my humanities and my mathematics. You know, I wish I, like, was in a better place when I went to school before. I feel like if I were to go to school nowadays, I would be much better about it than I was before. I put in zero effort in school, but recently I've had to lock in just because of the sheer volume of coursework my uni expressed for me. Yeah, no, like, I was the type of kid that, like, you give me tests on what we learned in class, I'd often be able to ace the tests. But, like, getting me actually motivated to do, like, again, just homework, that was pulling teeth. So, like, my grades would often struggle just because I couldn't get, I couldn't get, like, actually motivated to do the coursework, even though I learned all the material. I wonder if they legitimately made this so, like, it can't... This level can't turn into something else. Whenever there's a level block, I get the feeling like, oh, it has to be able to turn into something else. But I don't see a way here to do that. Can't check your answers unlike algebra, you can just plug the values back. Right. I would have been way better in all areas of life if I'd been on anxiety meds I'm on now. I tried to have anxiety meds in the past, but they just ended up not working for me. They ended up making things worse. So I ended up having to figure out other ways to deal with the anxiety. You can technically estimate your answer by flipping a coin / rolling a dice a few times. So much time wasted, right? Mental health is not respected. Like, folks, like, need to, like, be able to address, like, the things that actually make things, like, tough, and not like, oh, you just aren't working hard. Like, no, some folks just work differently. I'm procrastinating on homework as we speak. Like a no! I trust you're doing things, like, you know, as well as you can. Not like it's asking the probability of choosing a hand out of a 52-card deck. Stuff like 17,425 divided by 52, which is like 300 and some change. $18.25. 330. Yeah. $52 factorial, not 52. Oh. Oh, I see. I didn't see the factorial. Whoops. Rather large number. Right. Yeah, I'm being silly. I didn't see the exclamation mark. This level can obviously turn into something else, otherwise it'd be too easy. Just walk onto the flag. Right. Yeah, no, every time they do this type of thing, it's always rather apparent. Right, I need the water to be sync in order for that to work. But that means I need the level to float in order to counteract that. Like, that gives me Baba. What is getting Baba from that room help me with? I can't say lava is Baba. Because... I can't do that because... Can I say lava is push? I could push the lava around. Oh, I think I see the solution. For chomps you do. What am I missing here? I can't let the level not be float. I don't really have the space to do anything else with level. So, like, surely I have to be able to do something before I move melt into position. Wait, I could do lava is float. That might be able to do it. Okay. Okay. That does it. Okay. Oh, okay, but in order to do that, I need to first push flag into position. Okay, so I do that. Now that the flag is pushed into position, I say, oh, whoops. I say lava is float. And then I push everything into position. And now I can say level is melt and Baba. Aha. Oh, wait, text gets stuck. I don't think my solution quite works yet, but I think I'm on the right track. Yeah. Oh, not another level. Oh my gosh. Level is level. Okay. Okay. So, like, you actually can't change level into anything if level is level. Level near Rocky's. Nope. Could just say Rocky's push. Whoops. I could just say Rocky's push. Rocky's no longer defeat. Wait. Wait. Rain blast. Now I have no idea where the flag is, but hopefully it's nearby. Nope. Constitutive. Where is flag? I have no idea. Okay, hold on. If I do Rocky's push, can break Rocky's defeat. And once I do that, I then now need to eliminate Rocky's push. So I can break that by saying level near Rocky's push. Oh. The name of this level is a huge hint, by the way. I keep forgetting the names of levels. The box. The box? Why am I allergic to hints? Name relates to a common idiom saying phrase. I was kind of thinking, like, it was like, oh, it must be like thinking outside the box. But I'm like, substitutive. How does that work? I can only go downward. Think outside the box literally, so like the words outside of this little box, right? So like that's what they're getting at, I think. Like, level's called the box. What does think outside the box lead? Hoomst? Funny, once I get like on this level, I'm stuck here until I like restart the level. The heck? The heck? What do you mean? Hold on. Okay, hold on. How the heck do I free myself from level 13? So... Hold up. Papa has been contained. Papa is trapped. You might be stuck until you beat this. Oh no. That is kind of rude. Okay, so... If I lose the is... Wait. I'm like at the point now where it's like, okay, the level is the box. You gotta think outside of the box. It's so like I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, I need the heckin' flag here to be near the level, I guess. In order to make that rule work. Hold on. Lian, have you ever tried dry shampoo? The hair care channel you mentioned earlier recommends it, but I'm not sure if I want it. I do remember him talking about it. I haven't tried it myself. Can you create a flag? I could probably create a flag at that last level. If I created a flag rather than Baba. never liked dry shampoo personally, but that might be just be a me problem. So like shampoo removes like buildup and extra oils, right? So like if you don't need to remove buildup, like if your hair feels fine, like you probably don't need to do that to do maintenance, right? So like I've kind of just found that I don't really need it. What's the difference between dry and wet shampoo? Dry shampoo, like as far as I understand, is not that good at it, but like it's how you're able to do like the job that shampoo does without having to like get in the shower. Okay, hold on. I think I know a way to do this. So now with that in the way, there we go. So, and push the flag into position. Lava is float. Put that in place. Okay, so now that this level is near a flag. Oh my gosh. But does dry shampoo not wash out like bacteria and stuff? Shampoo only like kinda does that. To be honest, like the biggest thing about shampoo is it removes oils, right? Both wet and dry. Like, the thing about shampoo is it's not so much about removing bacteria, it's about removing oil. Probably the most meta level. My gosh. Center. Boomst. 3 orbs. The end? Like, for real this time? Gosh. Nothing leaves your hair, it just soaks up the oil? Yeah. Yeah? Hello, Bersob. Finale? Oh my gosh. You mean I'm finally seeing the end? Goodness. So now I need to do the thing where I turn it back into Baba. Whoops. No. End of Baba's you, heck no, you still have the DLC. Ah! So the problem with this is I can't have Baba be the... I'm such a heckin' ordeal to get out of here. Okay, hold on. I might be even more messed up than I was before. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Map. There we go. Now at least back here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so... Ghost. Oh my gosh. No. Okay. So... Okay. Take it. This way, there we go. Hope the DLC has some weird puzzle I have to solve to even access it, like in Dark Souls and Outer Wilds. No, it's the main selection screen. First selection screen where you launch the game. Yeah. See. Dang, no one's called Lian cute in a while. It's such a strange thing. People are finally seeing the light. I should try to cast the spell properly this time. Oh no. I unironically forgot about the math, but what was about Lian being cute? Heck. Doesn't one of the flowers look a bit different? I noticed that while I was like looking around. It looks like there's like a level there. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, hold on. Now, over here. cursor is ghost. Can't collect the flowers. Now I need to say ghost is cursor. A prize well earned. Level meta secret. Orb is bonus. Oh no, orb is weak. Initiative? Oh dear. No! Papa is bonus. Oh no. What about Orby's orb? No! Lian is not times integral of 2 over pi to the 1 over 2 times e to the negative 1/2 times x to the second power over the entire real line. Cute. What? Finally, you might be right. Perhaps I'm not built for this spellcasting business. I appreciate your attempts at spellcasting, Laika. Wait, orb to not be weak. Oh dear. Wait. I am orb. Wait. I understand it. I have to turn it around. Papa is bonus and the win. Excuse me. No. Aw. What the heck? Lian is not to the 900th power cute. What? I have a suspicion about how the exponents work, but like, I don't want to take that risk. Bonus, Baba. Heckin' rude. Can you check whether a bonus is obtained? I don't think it was. Oh wait, I think I get it. I think. Presumably, maybe. Okay, I think, presumably I got it. Okay, so I do this. I say, orb is you. To which I say, Baba is orb. Okay. So now orb oh wait, okay. Never mind, I think I got it. Okay. So I need to say that orb and Baba is you. And then we need to say orb is bonus. We obtained it. And now Baba is win. Yay! Okay. Oh boy. Yet you have to like turn your brain around backwards to get that. Gosh. Bonus Baba. I think you just need both Orb and Baba to be you. Oh, you know, I didn't even read that. You're right. Absolutely. Alright, so... we're gonna return to map and then go back in. So I end up back over here. Now, I need to get to level 14, and I think I vaguely understand how to do that. I think... we open... those two doors. Oh wait, we don't even need that. The cursor is already over here. I put the cursor over here. And now I need to, I think, turn the cursor to a ghost. So I can go over here. And then I need to say ghost is cursor again. Oops. There we go. Q. Level meta 14. Q. What are we queuing? Oh, I'm the skull, apparently. Okay. Keke near Keke is float. Why is spelled out like that? What do you think the orb tastes like? A jawbreaker. Orb. Ice is push and ice is tele. Okay. Well, and Baba and Keke is stop. Okay. So I need to get... Keke near Keke is float. So I could turn Baba into Keke. Or, alternatively, I could just say... Oh wait, no, Baba is Baba. I can't turn Baba into anything. Keke is Keke too. Okay. That wouldn't work. Keke near Keke is float. Ice is ice. So, like, literally all the subjects here are immalleable. So I need to be able to say that Baba is push. I could say Keke is float. Doesn't necessarily stop me from being able to, or from not being able to go. Okay, okay. So I could say Baba is push. Now I need to be able to say Keke is push at the same time. Hold on. I can push the ice around. The ice can teleport. I don't even know what a jawbreaker is. I've only had one like once. A jawbreaker is like this like kinda chalky, like hard like candy. It's usually a giant ball. And it's like like the size of like your mouth, almost. That you're supposed to just like put in your mouth and suck on, and then like it goes through a bunch of layers of candy. Yeah, jawbreakers take forever to actually eat because of it. Unless you like can like break it up with like a mallet or something. It's just a giant hard candy, basically. Huh? If you've ever seen the cartoon Ed, Edd n Eddy, you know, they like jawbreakers all the time. Jawbreakers sound kind of gross. You know, that's why I've only had them once. They're like unwieldy and like are kind of like bleh. Jawbreakers just look like choking hazards to me, right? They're really pretty if you saw them in half, though. Oh yeah, they're kind of like geodes. In that way. The orb would taste like a jawbreaker, except you can bite into it. It'd have the same hardness as a pure chunk of sugar. Right, yeah. That would make a jawbreaker more manageable, for sure. Just to giant ball of brick solid sugar that can sit in your mouth for days, right? It takes forever to eat those things. I'm convinced Jawbreakers are just some kind of rock some company dug up and decided to sell as candy. I'd believe it. Teleport the Keke? I don't think I have a way of putting the ice, like... I don't think I can put the ice under the Keke, no. It's the issue. Ice near Keke is float. Jump simply. Nope, that don't work. Make Keke float and then push the ice. Unfortunately, that does not seem to work. I like how we're a skull because we spend forever waiting in queue. Jawbreakers sound like the kind of thing people make time lapses of when they leave it outside. You know? I would completely believe that. I still don't understand the point of the IS text, right? I'm sitting here like, is there something where I need to heckin' like put a teleporter? Well, I can't put teleporter under the text because the text just floats. The text is never going to be affected by teleporter. Hold on. It's raining at my workplace. That sounds peaceful at least. I hope the rain is not too annoying for you to deal with. Morning, Artie boy. How's it going? If the tele is also float, the text can be teleported. True. Okay. I've had a few boxes of smaller Jawbreakers, a big one that I never finished before it went bad. Yeah, no, I feel like if you were to actually have a Jawbreaker, it would need to be like one of the smaller ones that are like the size of a gumball. Those big ones that are like literally the size that like make it so you can't like close your jaw around it is like too unwieldy. There's no way you finish that thing before you have to like take it out, and by then it's gross. Hi, so retro. Text stacking with letters sounds awful. Yeah, getting creating your own crossword puzzles. Crossword weaves. So, I need the ice to float. If ice is float, that means it would then float the text. Right, okay, so... So how we do this? We need Baba to be pushed. The ice to be Tele. Why do we need the near? Mr. Shark has appeared to block your way with cuteness. Hi, King Froggy. Hope things are going well. Thank you for dropping by. The IS text is probably to space out certain stuff and you need to use a spacing for the text stacking. Probably. I usually only stick around for 1 or 2 hours on Wednesday streams because I have school. That is totally fair. I just appreciate you coming by and saying hi whenever you got the time. I also appreciate our folks that just lurk. Probably need Keke and Baba to be pushed, honestly. That's what I was thinking. But like... Like, I don't feel, even if the ice is floating. I can't, like, put it on a wall. No, I can't. I'm here way earlier than usual because of the collab. Right. And he's been hit by the EPD buff. Oh no! Butteride says, hi lurkers, just want you to know we appreciate you. Of course! Lurkers and folks that just watch the VODs. I get comments on the VODs every now and then of folks that are watching and I'm just like, how do you find these? I'm very appreciative, but how do you find these? It's very kind to leave a comment. I appreciate it. I do see them all. Like, I get notifications for them. Oh my goodness. How do we get both things to be pushed at the same time? I could say... Baba, near Keke, then I could do like an IS push. But like I need one more spacer. Can I say, is near Keke? Is that an appropriate spacer? No, it's not. Dang. I'm gonna leave in a few minutes. That's okay. Thank you for dropping by, Ari boy. Hi, person watching the VOD, you're cute. It's almost like laying down in a comfortable position causes a person to become drowsy. Pretty sure it's Baba's, and then Keke I, and then is/s push. Oh! How did I do that? I'll probably watch part of the stream I missed later. Yo. You know, that solution sounds appropriate. How do I stack text in this situation? How do I get this to work? If I, in the same motion... Let's, well, return to map wasn't what I meant. I wanted to restart. I've now taken the posture of a frog. Right. Okay, so... Well, let's just set up a little, like, experimentation spot. Let's see. I'm going to guess that I have to set it up in such a way that I make ice tele at the same time as I push a thing onto the other ice. So if I take a Keke there, I put that there, and then I put an I here. If I push this there, except I also need ice to be float. Right, okay. Okay, so Keke, put I there, and then... Okay, so that didn't quite work the way I wanted. If I do it like this. That didn't quite work the way I wanted either. What if I do ice's push and I push ice to be all the way next to the wall? Well, except I wouldn't have the ability to... Okay, hold on. I gotta do it like this then. Ice is float. Ice. Jelly. I think you need the near text somehow. UI. Baba is you is really challenge. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm trying to figure out how to do the stacking text thing. Hey, how's it? Or hiya, how's it going? You have a nice avatar. Thank you. Welcome, Matt Pride. I hope you're enjoying your stay. I drew the PNGTuber myself. I appreciate that. So... I think only one ice can be float? How does that work? Wait, okay. Okay. Okay, I think I get it now. Okay. So... you need to have, I think, a non-floating ice? And yeah, the float and the non-float thing makes sense. Okay, so... if I have the text... if I have the ice near Keke is floating... okay, hold on. Ice near Keke is float. I put that text onto there. And I also say ice is tele. I should be able to put the I onto there. Okay, there we go. That's it. Okay, so that takes care of that part. I now need a S and is. So this is more interesting. I need to ISIS push real quick. Now ice is tele. Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. That's unfortunate. I did not realize that for a second. I apologize. Anyway. So now everything can be pushed properly. And now, okay, we can finally push and leave. All right. There we go. You know, that caught me off guard. I will admit it's hard for them to get into therapy. Yeah, but it is necessary. Oh boy. I think we're done with that discussion, though. It's handled. Alrighty. Breaking and entering. Oh boy, we have a text. Rock is push, water is sink. Okay, so... text is also not floating, so text can sink too. I can push the gears around, can't I? True, okay. Oh, there's a level too. Oh no. Bye, Ari, bye. Have a good one. So pretty immediately, I recognized we could do this. You could say the level is a rock. I don't think that does too much for us. But there we go, it's a rock now. Alright, so... I think... level transforming and stacking. Good luck. Oh, I didn't real. Wait, there's tech stacking. What the heck? Okay, hold on. Level is text. So now if we ever get a entity in here that can move things, we can now just say level is win. I don't actually know whether there's text stacking, but text to text gives massive text stacking vibes. I guess you're right, yeah. I guess, yeah, that is absolutely right. Rock. So, I do this. I could say text has rock. And so, when I use a thingy here, I could get a rock. Hey, hey. How you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Okay, rock being there does not help me much. Flag is word. Flag is open. Okay. I could say flag has text. I could say flag is text. Looks like you need rock is win vertically. I guess, yeah. I guess that is true. You know, with this level theme, I'm always disappointed when it starts playing, but then I start vibing to it anyways. You know, it feels like a whole lot of not much when, like, it starts, but then, like, I start getting into thinking mode, and it's, like, unobtrusive and nice, actually. It's weird. So... the flag is what opens the door, but I can't actually push the flag around. I'm very curious as to what level this push would do. You would go to the edge of the arena and have it push across. Like, I could do that real quick just to show. Like, if I go ahead and put level is push up here. Okay, now level is push. Now, if I go to the edge of the level, I can now push it off the screen. And I guess I could go up as well. As long as you can reach the edge of the level, you can push it around. I love every theme in the game. They're all perfect for spacing out for a while. True. I guess, like, it is really good thinking music. I start getting, like, thinking about the solution. And I immediately start, like, not really, oh, wait. Okay. Okay, so I need to use the is. I need to keep push around. So... flag as text. And then I need flag is push. Actually, let's like let's try to get the flag away from the edge there. Here we go. So... I wonder which way around it works. If I put this all... Oh, whoops. That's so cool. You know, that there's Papa is you, like, in meta, like, level manipulation. If I put it up there like that, though, I won't be able to push the flag. That doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything unless there's a level object in the level. Yeah. Then you have to sacrifice the rock to get the wind text. Right. I have to be able to push the flag into the door. Actually, I could test this real quick if I do it with the water. Just for the sake of me knowing. Okay, it breaks the rule before it pushes it into the thing. Okay. Meta, is that a Papa Is You reference? Oop, I just realized my stream is just like 30 seconds behind. That's okay. Also, welcome, Crafty Does Everything. I think I saw a message from you earlier, but I didn't remember to respond. I apologize. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Slide whistle noise at that. No, that would be incredibly appropriate. No. Okay, so gotta sleep now. See everyone. Have a good one. So like, add the word meta to the is that a reference list? I don't have any more text that I can sacrifice. I feel like I need to make another flag. And I can't say text is flag after I get flag text because it would turn all the text into flags. Hold on. I got some time before class? Yeah, no, what time is it? We got... Oh, it's like nearly... Okay. We got like 20 more minutes in this stream. I have school I need to leave to. I appreciate everyone, like, hanging out. This has been a really fun stream. Starting out with hanging out with Rain, and then going into this. Let's see. I'm not sure I see a way to do this other than sacrifice a rock and then sacrifice the is in order to get up here. Because then I get access to push, and then I eventually need rock is win at the end. This is the first time where changing the level is easy, but getting the win condition is not. Usually they make changing the level being the thing that's really hard. Don't worry, the only thing I'm missing out on by staying here is sleep. Sleep is important, though. Ones and zeros. Also, if you haven't checked already, in the video or the stream description, I have a link to my Discord server where we hang out and talk about stuff in between streams. If you're interested in that, go ahead and give that a click. And drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. It helps me with the algorithm quite a lot. But y'all, let's see here. In other news, has anyone noticed any new Lian sounds for the Lian Sirenia passable noises chart? I don't know. I'm not getting beamed with another one. Lag, my beloved. Oh no. Let's see here. So, like... Huh. Okay. Hold on. If I do this... I have to do it on the other side. I think I need to sacrifice the word text. There we go. So flag has flag. Now, for me it shows 18 likes on the stream. I feel like that's relatively high. Yeah, probably from the collab. So... Right, if I line this all up vertically, it should work. Except I don't know if it'll, like, actually, like, work that way because of what I just did earlier. Oh no! Huh, so going against a door is different than going against water in that way. Okay. Weird. All right. So if I do this, flag has flag, and flag is push. There we go. Except... now I need to move the has back over. Yeah, it makes sense. The collab is probably what pushed Lian over 600 subs. Yeah, probably. More chatters plus raiders from mainstream. Yeah. So, like, I can push the has, but if I make flag push, it's gonna push the has over, and then it's not gonna work the way it should. I don't know how to get this to work the way I'm thinking. Obtuse. And also, flag is word. It means I can turn this level into a flag. Come to think of it. I don't think there's a way I can put myself and has on the same spot there. I think the only way I can do flag has flag is if I do it horizontally. I can't do flag as push because that would be out of the way. I'm sensitive. I wonder. I wonder if I put rock on top of... Oops. If I put rock on top of that, can I block has from... moving too far. Oh no, if I do that, then it doesn't actually push. Funny enough, the previous collab only got 12 likes. The last time she got this many likes was during one of the Hollow Knight OG streams. Really? Okay. How much stream time left? Not much. Oops. I need to go get that later. In fact, I feel like this is gonna take a little bit more thinking on my time than I probably have time for. I need to make sure that I, so that I have time to chat with Lily for a bit. I know she's been dealing with a little bit, so I want to be there for her. So, I'm going to go ahead and call that for the game part of the stream so far. And we'll come back to that level next time. Alright. So, let me... This. There we go. Well, not as much Baba as you time as I normally would have, but that was a lot of fun regardless. Like, talking with Rain was a blast. And I see that she sent me a message earlier, even. Heckin' Rain is apologizing to me in my DMs over something silly. My gosh. My hair has been styled? Heck yeah! Very fun stream? Love the super trans talk at the beginning? I'm glad. I'm definitely gonna want to try to chat with her more. I think if it becomes a regular thing, I'm gonna try to at least have like one more stream day. When I can. Felt like 2 hours even though it was 6. You know, it heckin' like flies by. It's heckin' wild. Is my meow loud enough? I don't know. Are you happy with how loud your meow is? I think it's quite fine, whichever volume it is. Very fun? I'm glad. But yeah, again, reminders, there is a link in the description of the stream that'll take you to my Discord. That's where we hang out and chat in between streams. And put a like on the stream again if you haven't already. If you enjoyed the streams, because I appreciate that very much. Or on the VOD if you happen to be watching this afterwards. And yeah, I think... My goodness, we got like a dog picture in general. Alright. If anyone has any questions that they want to throw my way before the end of stream, I'll happily like talk to chat for a little bit. And we'll go for like maybe a few more minutes. Before I gotta go and keep Lily company. This is cool. I gotta watch some of this. Heck yeah. I appreciate that. I'll be excited to have you drop by again. The next stream, as usual, is going to be on Sunday. My start time is usually 2 p.m. Eastern. And I go until 8 p.m. Eastern, which is coming up here in several minutes. So yeah, usually 6-hour stream blocks. I usually try to go twice a week. I'll see what else I can swing if I end up having the spoons for it. I'm very silly, unfortunately. Don't worry, we're all silly here. Like, silly is a feature, not a bug. No point in styling my hair right now if it's just gonna get messed up when I go to eat in a bit. You know, that makes sense. Whenever I wash my hair, it's usually always in the mornings. Like, after I get up. Well, morning in quotation marks, because sometimes I'm heckin' waking up at, like, noon. Transfer these headbats from me to Lily, Lian? Of course I will. Oh no, I'm EP? I cast end stream. The effect is making 1s and 0s EP. Take care, So Retro. I appreciate you coming by. I'm gonna take a screen grab of that message right now, Maddie, and I'll send that to her. There we go. I sent it to her. Then the leave head pats from me too. Okay. Oh my gosh, she's gonna have questions for me because I technically wasn't supposed to talk about like what happened, but like. Oh. I'm pretty sure she appreciates it. Like, she's going through a bit of a time right now. I know it's been pretty difficult for her the past little bit. Congrats on the unspecified thing. No, absolutely. She's currently typing at me at the moment. She did see all the messages, though. Oh, she's getting an outpouring of love, and she appreciates it. She says she's glad. Man, I usually never get this far in the playlist. Oh my goodness. This stream has been fun? It's been fun for me too. I'm not sure how you mean. I'm trying to end stream at the moment. Alright. I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you all so much for dropping by. It has been so much fun both talking with Rain and chatting with all of you. And y'all make playing these games like so much fun. Again, come hang out again on Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern for the next stream. Until then, take care and bye-bye. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.